semuanya menanti untuk anda rasai.
Taiwan ada semua yang anda nak.
Jadi apa lagi?
Jom Taiwan!
Sadia, it's been too long.
Hi, Brett. It's gorgeous. I love what you've done with the place.
I'm so happy that you decided to join us for the night.
When I heard that you got your Crescent rating, I just had to come experience these magical views.
Thank you so much for introducing me to Crescent Rating. As we are not a dry hotel, the Crescent Rating scale from 1 to 7 works really well for us. It also helps a Muslim traveler to identify how Muslim-friendly your hotel is.
That's great to hear. How did you find the experience?
It was so easy. First, we did an online application, followed by a site inspection.
I can't wait any longer. Show me what changes you've made.
It was just a few tweaks and adding services to cater to the needs of our Muslim guests. Based on our offering, we've received a Crescent Rating 5, which means our gin bar is still open to our regular guests. However, our fabulous restaurant now uses only halal certified ingredients.
That smells delicious.
We provide guests with prayer mats on demand and directions to nearby mosques. We also point out other halal eateries in Cape Town. Additionally, we have discreetly placed the Qibla direction in our bedrooms.
How have you found it?
Well, having our hotel on HalalTrip has been fantastic for occupancy. And the Crescent Rating online training courses have also helped our staff to better understand the Muslim guests.
I feel at home already. I never want to leave.
Wait till you see the views from your room.
In every journey, faith is our compass. Introducing the HalalTrip app, your faithful companion in exploring the world whilst staying connected to your beliefs. With the in-flight prayer time calculator and alerts, HalalTrip keeps you in tune with your prayers wherever you are. Find your Qibla direction seamlessly, whether you're amidst the bustling city or on a tranquil island. Track your spiritual journey with our prayer analytics, helping you stay committed to your faith. A treasure trove of du'as for every occasion, right at your fingertips. Discover the unseen with halal travel guides and inspiring travel blogs curated just for you. Satisfy your palate with a variety of halal restaurants nearby, wherever your adventures take you. Unlock exclusive travel package deals for a journey that's as enriching as it is economical. Join thousands embarking on a faithful journey with HalalTrip. Download now. HalalTrip, your gateway to a faithful exploration.
Whoa! Hey Nandipa, that looks mouth-watering.
Hey, Sadia. Thanks. So good to see you.
I see you haven't got your Crescent rating yet. Why not? It will really help a lot to attract Muslim diners to this fabulous restaurant.
Oh, I've been wanting to, but we just love wine pairings, and we're in one of the most vibrant wine regions in the world.
So many people think that's a problem, but it's not.
How so?
Crescent rating isn't a halal certification. It's a rating scale of how Muslim-friendly you are. You can sit on it wherever it suits your restaurant best. For a Muslim traveling in a non-Muslim country, it simply provides an ideal way to identify a Muslim-friendly restaurant. Plus, there are just so many benefits for your restaurant.
How can I get involved?
It's so easy. You first do a quick online application, then someone will come in to do an inspection.
Really?
You just need to follow simple guidelines and use halal certified ingredients. If you can assure your food is halal, you will get your Crescent rating. Halal food is for everybody and wine is a choice.
Amazing.
Anda tak pernah pergi Taiwan? Takkanlah, biar betul. Mari saya bagi tahu kenapa anda kena pergi Taiwan. Tengok bawah. Sekarang tengok atas. Tengoklah sekeliling.
Anda boleh cuba pengalaman baru di sini.
Berani mencuba sesuatu yang mencabar.
Anda boleh merasakan ketenangan.
Ada banyak lagi yang menarik. Makanannya enak-enak. Sebuah budaya yang unik. Semuanya menanti untuk anda rasai.
Taiwan ada semua yang anda nak.
Jadi apa lagi?
Jom Taiwan!
Sadia, it's been too long.
Hi, Brett. It's gorgeous. I love what you've done with the place.
I'm so happy that you decided to join us for the night.
When I heard that you got your Crescent rating, I just had to come experience these magical views.
Thank you so much for introducing me to Crescent Rating. As we are not a dry hotel, the Crescent Rating scale from 1 to 7 works really well for us. It also helps a Muslim traveler to identify how Muslim-friendly your hotel is.
That's great to hear. How did you find the experience?
It was so easy. First, we did an online application, followed by a site inspection.
I can't wait any longer. Show me what changes you've made.
It was just a few tweaks and adding services to cater to the needs of our Muslim guests. Based on our offering, we've received a Crescent Rating 5, which means our gin bar is still open to our regular guests. However, our fabulous restaurant now uses only halal certified ingredients.
That smells delicious.
We provide guests with prayer mats on demand and directions to nearby mosques. We also point out other halal eateries in Cape Town. Additionally, we have discreetly placed the Qibla direction in our bedrooms.
How have you found it?
Well, having our hotel on HalalTrip has been fantastic for occupancy. And the Crescent Rating online training courses have also helped our staff to better understand the Muslim guests.
I feel at home already. I never want to leave.
Wait till you see the views from your room.
In every journey, faith is our compass. Introducing the HalalTrip app, your faithful companion in exploring the world whilst staying connected to your beliefs. With the in-flight prayer time calculator and alerts, HalalTrip keeps you in tune with your prayers wherever you are. Find your Qibla direction seamlessly, whether you're amidst the bustling city or on a tranquil island. Track your spiritual journey with our prayer analytics, helping you stay committed to your faith. A treasure trove of du'as for every occasion, right at your fingertips. Discover the unseen with halal travel guides and inspiring travel blogs curated just for you. Satisfy your palate with a variety of halal restaurants nearby, wherever your adventures take you. Unlock exclusive travel package deals for a journey that's as enriching as it is economical. Join thousands embarking on a faithful journey with HalalTrip. Download now. HalalTrip, your gateway to a faithful exploration.
Whoa! Hey, Nandipa. That looks mouth-watering.
Hey, Sadia. Thanks. So good to see you.
I see you haven't got your Crescent rating yet. Why not? It will really help a lot to attract Muslim diners to this fabulous restaurant.
Oh, I've been wanting to, but we just love wine pairings, and we're in one of the most vibrant wine regions in the world.
So many people think that's a problem, but it's not.
How so?
Crescent Rating isn't a halal certification. It's a rating scale of how Muslim-friendly you are. You can sit on it wherever it suits your restaurant best. For a Muslim traveling in a non-Muslim country, it simply provides an ideal way to identify a Muslim-friendly restaurant. Plus, there are just so many benefits for your restaurant.
How can I get involved?
It's so easy. You first do a quick online application, then someone will come in to do an inspection.
Really?
You just need to follow simple guidelines and use halal certified ingredients. If you can assure your food is halal, you will get your Crescent Rating. Halal food is for everybody and wine is a choice.
Amazing!
Anda tak pernah pergi Taiwan? Takkanlah, biar betul.
Mari saya bagi tahu kenapa anda kena pergi Taiwan. Tengok bawah. Sekarang tengok atas.
Tengoklah sekeliling.
Anda boleh cuba pengalaman baru di sini.
Berani mencuba sesuatu yang mencabar.
Anda boleh merasakan ketenangan.
Ada banyak lagi yang menarik. Makanan yang enak-enak. Sebuah budaya yang unik. Semuanya menanti untuk anda rasai.
Taiwan ada semua yang anda nak.
Jadi apa lagi?
Jom Taiwan!
Sadia, it's been too long.
Hi, Brett. It's gorgeous. I love what you've done with the place.
I'm so happy that you decided to join us for the night.
When I heard that you got your Crescent Rating, I just had to come experience these magical views.
Thank you so much for introducing me to Crescent Rating. As we are not a dry hotel, the Crescent Rating scale from 1 to 7 works really well for us. It also helps a Muslim traveler to identify how Muslim-friendly your hotel is.
That's great to hear. How did you find the experience?
It was so easy. First, we did an online application, followed by a site inspection.
I can't wait any longer. Show me what changes you've made.
It was just a few tweaks and adding services to cater to the needs of our Muslim guests. Based on our offering, we've received a Crescent Rating 5, which means our gin bar is still open to our regular guests. However, our fabulous restaurant now uses only halal certified ingredients.
That smells delicious.
We provide guests with prayer mats on demand and directions to nearby mosques. We also point out other halal eateries in Cape Town. Additionally, we have discreetly placed the Qibla direction in our bedrooms.
How have you found it?
Well, having our hotel on HalalTrip has been fantastic for occupancy, and the Crescent Rating online training courses have also helped our staff to better understand the Muslim guests.
I feel at home already. I never want to leave.
Wait till you see the views from your room.
In every journey, faith is our compass. Introducing the HalalTrip app, your faithful companion in exploring the world whilst staying connected to your beliefs. With the in-flight prayer time calculator and alerts, HalalTrip keeps you in tune with your prayers wherever you are. Find your Qibla direction seamlessly, whether you're amidst the bustling city or on a tranquil island. Track your spiritual journey with our prayer analytics, helping you stay committed to your faith. A treasure trove of du'as for every occasion, right at your fingertips. Discover the unseen with halal travel guides and inspiring travel blogs curated just for you. Satisfy your palate with a variety of halal restaurants nearby, wherever your adventures take you. Unlock exclusive travel package deals for a journey that's as enriching as it is economical. Join thousands embarking on a faithful journey with HalalTrip. Download now. HalalTrip, your gateway to a faithful exploration.
Whoa! Hey Nandipa, that looks mouth-watering.
Hey, Sadia. Thanks. So good to see you.
I see you haven't got your Crescent Rating yet. Why not? It will really help a lot to attract Muslim diners to this fabulous restaurant.
Oh, you know, I've been wanting to, but we just love wine pairings, and we're in one of the most vibrant wine regions in the world.
So many people think that's a problem, but it's not.
How so?
Crescent Rating isn't a halal certification. It's a rating scale of how Muslim-friendly you are. You can sit on it wherever it suits your restaurant best. For a Muslim traveling in a non-Muslim country, it simply provides an ideal way to identify a Muslim-friendly restaurant. Plus, there are just so many benefits for your restaurant.
How can I get involved?
It's so easy. You first do a quick online application, then someone will come in to do an inspection.
Really?
You just need to follow simple guidelines and use halal certified ingredients. If you can assure your food is halal, you will get your Crescent rating. Halal food is for everybody and wine is a choice.
Amazing.
Anda tak pernah pergi Taiwan? Takkanlah, biar betul.
Mari saya bagi tahu kenapa anda kena pergi Taiwan. Tengok bawah. Sekarang tengok atas.
Tengoklah sekeliling.
Anda boleh cuba pengalaman baru di sini.
Berani mencuba sesuatu yang mencabar.
Anda boleh merasakan ketenangan.
Ada banyak lagi yang menarik. Makanannya enak-enak. Sebuah budaya yang unik. Semuanya menanti untuk anda rasai.
Taiwan ada semua yang anda nak.
Jadi apa lagi?
Jom Taiwan!
Sadia, it's been too long.
Hi, Brett. It's gorgeous. I love what you've done with the place.
I'm so happy that you decided to join us for the night.
When I heard that you got your Crescent rating, I just had to come experience these magical views.
Thank you so much for introducing me to Crescent Rating. As we are not a dry hotel, the Crescent Rating scale from 1 to 7 works really well for us. It also helps a Muslim traveller to identify how Muslim-friendly your hotel is.
That's great to hear. How did you find the experience?
It was so easy. First, we did an online application, followed by a site inspection.
I can't wait any longer. Show me what changes you've made.
It was just a few tweaks and adding services to cater to the needs of our Muslim guests. Based on our offering, we've received a Crescent Rating 5, which means our gin bar is still open to our regular guests. However, our fabulous restaurant now uses only halal certified ingredients.
That smells delicious.
We provide guests with prayer mats on demand and directions to nearby mosques. We also point out other halal eateries in Cape Town. Additionally, we have discreetly placed the Qibla direction in our bedrooms.
How have you found it?
Well, having our hotel and HalalTrip has been fantastic for occupancy. And the Crescent Rating online training courses have also helped our staff to better understand the Muslim guests.
I feel at home already. I never want to leave.
Wait till you see the views from your room.
In every journey, faith is our compass. Introducing the HalalTrip app, your faithful companion in exploring the world whilst staying connected to your beliefs. With the in-flight prayer time calculator and alerts, HalalTrip keeps you in tune with your prayers wherever you are. Find your Qibla direction seamlessly, whether you're amidst the bustling city or on a tranquil island. Track your spiritual journey with our prayer analytics, helping you stay committed to your faith. A treasure trove of du'as for every occasion, right at your fingertips. Discover the unseen with halal travel guides and inspiring travel blogs curated just for you. Satisfy your palate with a variety of halal restaurants nearby, wherever your adventures take you. Unlock exclusive travel package deals for a journey that's as enriching as it is economical. Join thousands embarking on a faithful journey with HalalTrip. Download now. HalalTrip, your gateway to a faithful exploration.
Whoa! Hey Nandipa, that looks mouth-watering.
Hey, Sadia. Thanks. So good to see you.
I see you haven't got your Crescent Rating yet. Why not? It will really help a lot to attract Muslim diners to this fabulous restaurant.
Oh, you know, I've been wanting to, but we just love wine pairings, and we're in one of the most vibrant wine regions in the world.
So many people think that's a problem, but it's not.
How so?
Crescent Rating isn't a halal certification. It's a rating scale of how Muslim-friendly you are. You can sit on it wherever it suits your restaurant best. For a Muslim traveling in a non-Muslim country, it simply provides an ideal way to identify a Muslim-friendly restaurant. Plus, there are just so many benefits for your restaurant.
How can I get involved?
It's so easy. You first do a quick online application, then someone will come in to do an inspection.
Really?
You just need to follow simple guidelines and use halal certified ingredients. If you can assure your food is halal, you will get your Crescent Rating. Halal food is for everybody and wine is a choice.
Amazing.
Mari saya bagi tahu kenapa anda kena pergi Taiwan. Tengok bawah. Sekarang tengok atas. Tengoklah sekeliling.
Anda boleh cuba pengalaman baru di sini.
Berani mencuba sesuatu yang mencabar.
Anda boleh merasakan ketenangan.
Ada banyak lagi yang menarik. Makanannya enak-enak. Sebuah budaya yang unik. Semuanya menanti untuk anda rasai.
Taiwan ada semua yang anda nak.
Jadi apa lagi?
Jom Taiwan!
Assalamualaikum ladies and gentlemen, a very good day to each and every one of you, and welcome to the 5th Halal In Travel Global Summit 2025. I'm Nafisa Nasaruddin, a content creation strategist here at HalalTrip, and I'll be journeying here with you over the next 3 exciting days. Are you ready to explore the ever-evolving world of halal tourism? We're so glad to have you here with us, whether you're joining from right across the globe online or right here in person, as we dive deep into how we can innovate, sustain, and enrich the halal tourism sector, while always honoring the unique needs and values of Muslim travelers. This year, our theme Halal Travel 360, Innovation, Experience, and Responsibility, reflects our holistic approach to the future of halal tourism. As Muslim travelers become more diverse, connected, and values-driven, the industry must evolve to meet their needs through meaningful innovation, authentic experiences, and a strong sense of responsibility, not just to travelers, but to communities, cultures, and the planet. Over the next few days, we'll be exploring how each of these pillars can work together to create a halal travel ecosystem that is future-ready, inclusive, and impactful. So, what can you expect over these next 3 days? Get ready for insightful panel discussions and thought-provoking debates, all aimed at helping us shape the future of halal tourism together. From building sustainable destinations to integrating cutting-edge AI technology, this summit is packed with ideas, solutions, and conversations designed to inspire and to empower. Firstly, we'll start off with a presentation from Mr. Faza Bahadin that will dive a little deeper into our theme for this year's summit. Then, we'll be hearing from industry professionals as they walk us through how technological advancements, yes, including AI, are shaking up the travel industry. How can we keep up? And more importantly, how can we lead? At the end of the day, we'll have a panel discussion discussing the efforts of trying to keep up with the halal travel segment with its rapid rise in demand and how more travelers are demanding for unique experiences. And this will help us to answer the question of how exactly we can all crawl our way up to the top. Now, before we begin, let me pose a question to all of you. How should we navigate the future of halal travel? To help us answer that, it's my honor to welcome to the stage the founder and CEO of CrescentRating and HalalTrip, Mr. Faza Bahardin.
Assalamu alaikum. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you today. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to our distinguished guests, industry partners, and colleagues who are joining us today for the opening of the 5th Halal In Travel Global Summit. For years, we at CrescentRating and HalalTrip have championed the understanding and development of the Muslim travel market. And this summit marks another significant milestone in our collective journey. Thank you for making the time to be here with us today. An event like this is only possible through collaboration, and I must begin by extending our deepest gratitude to our strategic partner, MasterCard, whose support has been instrumental in our journey. Our sincere thanks also go to our sponsors, Spain Tourism and Salam Taiwan, our hotel partners, Village Hotel Katong, Royal Plaza on Scots, and Aloft Singapore Novena, and our esteemed media partner, TTG Asia. We are also incredibly grateful for the support from the Pacific Asia Travel Association of PATA and UN Tourism. Our theme this year is Halal Travel 360, Innovation, Experience, and Responsibility. It's a theme that encourages us to make a comprehensive view of our entire ecosystem. Over the next 2 days, we will explore this topic through a series of discussions. These conversations will culminate on our final day, June 12th, with a hybrid event broadcast live from Singapore, where we will transition from discussion to landmark announcements that will shape the next phase of halal travel. It wasn't so long ago that the Muslim travel market was a developing idea, like conversation among a small community of passionate stakeholders. We asked simple questions about how travel could better align with the faith-based needs of Muslim travelers. Today, we are humbled to see how these conversations have evolved from being a niche to mainstream. Together, we have built an industry. We launched the now famous MasterCard CrescentRating Global Muslim Travel Index to provide a common language for progress and a benchmark for growth. As the Muslim travel market started to gain traction, we had to navigate the immense challenges of a global pandemic. In fact, we launched the inaugural edition of this summit right amid that uncertainty to provide hope and to demonstrate our unwavering belief in a resilient future. Our digital connections have become our lifeline, and we have emerged more united and determined than ever. The very fact that we can host an event of this scale, part virtual, part physical, is a testament to that incredible journey. And now, here we are at the 5th edition of the summit. This is a pivotal moment that represents our collective journey from niche to mainstream. I recall the early days when our work focused on establishing a fundamental understanding of this market. The Global Muslim Travel Index embodies this journey of learning, and we are incredibly humbled to announce that on day 3 of this summit, we will unveil the landmark 10th edition of the MasterCard CrescentRating Global Muslim Travel Index. Our partnership, which has seen 11 years of vision, 10 editions of impact, many years of progress and innovation. It is a moment for us to pause and reflect. The travel numbers are climbing again, and our market is valued in the hundreds of billions of dollars. By all traditional measures, we are thriving. But today, we need to challenge ourselves to look deeper. If we only measure success by arrival numbers, we are missing the heart of the story. The world is calling for more. The urgent challenges of climate change, the strains of over-tourism, and a global desire for more authentic and meaningful connections demand a new definition of success. The modern traveler, be it the solo adventurer seeking empowerment, the family on a digital detox retreat, or the eco-conscious guest practicing regenerative tourism, is no longer just a consumer. They are a global citizen seeking purpose and value alignment. This is the critical conversation of our time, and this is precisely why we must now look beyond arrivals. So how do we chart this new course? Our work at Crescent Rating has led us to the Rida framework, a blueprint for the future of value-based travel. It is built on 4 pillars: responsible travel, which honors our role as stewards of this planet; immersive travel, which builds bridges of cultural understanding; digital integration, which creates seamless and accessible journeys; and assured travel, the bedrock of trust and safety that gives us peace of mind. This framework is not just a theory, it is a direct response to the clear demands of the modern traveler. It's a roadmap to creating a tourism ecosystem that's not only profitable, but also purposeful, sustainable, and enriching for both travelers and the hosts. However, a framework itself is simply a set of ideals. To drive real-world improvement and ensure consistent quality, we need a way to measure its application. This is why this year we are introducing the Rida Impact Score. The Rida Impact Score is a quantitative measurement tool designed to translate the Rida dimensions from a conceptual model into an actionable strategy, allowing us to truly understand our impact. That is why our Halal Travel 360 theme for this conference is so vital. It asks us to examine the areas that will define our next decade. First, innovation. We will dive deep into this session like AI-powered futures, exploring the next evolution of Muslim-friendly services, a topic crucial for all of us. Second, experience. We will hear from global leaders on the Spain and Taiwan destination showcase. And to champion authentic storytelling, this year we are thrilled to launch the HalalTrip Content Creator Tag. This is an exciting competition designed to discover and elevate the next generation of creating voices. After an initial selection process, 6 finalists will compete tomorrow by pitching their content creation ideas to 3 fantastic destination partners: Spain, Hong Kong, and Sarawak. This exciting challenge pushes creators to showcase their storytelling skills, creativity, and ability to craft compelling pitches. Each destination will then select one creator to work with on a specific project, bridging destinations with talent who can authentically shape a more inclusive travel narrative. And third, responsibility. This critical pillar calls on us to look beyond arrivals. We will address this in panels such as unlocking high-yield opportunities and managing over-tourism through inclusion, exploring how our market can be a powerful part of the solution to the world's biggest challenges in tourism. And this is what we want all of us to explore together over these days. Let's be part of these discussions and build a powerful shared understanding of what beyond arrivals truly means for every sector of our industry. Let's absorb the knowledge, debate the ideas, and formulate the questions that matter most. On day 3, we will be live from Singapore joined by industry leaders and stakeholders. Following the launch of the 10th edition of the Global Muslim Travel Index, we will celebrate excellence with the 4th edition of the Halal In Travel Awards, where we will recognize more than 15 award winners across the spectrum of our industry, from personality and influencer of the year to the top destinations, hotels, and attractions. We will also honor trailblazers shaping our industry with the 5th edition of the HalalTrip 40. Our journey as an industry has been incredible. We went from a niche to a global force. Now our next chapter calls for an even greater ambition to shape the global tourism industry in a shift from volume to value, from arrivals to impact. We invite you to engage fully. Your voice, your questions, and your insights are crucial. Let's make these discussions a powerful catalyst for the action to come. We are incredibly excited about what we will discover together. Thank you for being part of this important milestone.
Thank you for joining the Halal In Travel Global Summit hosted by CrescentRating. A warm welcome to our session titled AI-Powered Futures, Exploring the Next Evolution of Muslim-Friendly Travel Services. I'm Reem El-Shafaqi, your moderator today. Thank you for joining as we explore how artificial intelligence is transforming Muslim-friendly travel. A little bit about my background. I'm partner at Dinar Standard, a growth strategy firm. I lead the travel and tourism sector, as well as the firm's marketing strategy and execution. I'm the lead author of the travel chapter of the State of the Global Islamic Economy report, produced by Dinar Standard. And I'm based in Dallas, Texas, in the United States. I'm honored to be joined by our esteemed panelists who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience and diverse backgrounds to this discussion. I'll start with introducing Dinçer Özkaya. Dinçer is the CEO of Salam Booking. He's a seasoned executive and entrepreneur. He has a strong track record in building and scaling businesses globally, including leading successful startups. His career spans SMEs and family-owned enterprises with expertise across sales, marketing, product development, brand building, e-commerce, digital marketing operations, and supply chain management. And he brings in the technical perspective. Next, Abdulmalik Taylor is the founder and CEO of Halal Tourism Britain. He's a pioneering figure in halal tourism. He's a multi-award winner and has been awarded the World Halal Travel Tour Guide 2023 and Top 10 Influential Muslims in Hospitality. He's been recognized by media outlets such as the BBC and Al Jazeera. Last but not least, we have Sadia Zaman, who's the founder of the Muslim Women Travel Group, dedicated to empowering Muslim women to explore the world through faith-friendly group travel. She is passionate about advocating for inclusivity in travel and has spoken at major industry events. Now to our topic. Artificial intelligence isn't just a futuristic buzzword anymore. It's actively re-engineering the travel sector today. We're seeing AI promise everything from hyper-personalized itineraries to back-end automation. AI is unlocking new levels of efficiency and creating richer, more intuitive traveler experience. But with this power comes profound questions. How do we safeguard privacy in an increasingly data-driven ecosystem? How do we ensure AI respects and does not dilute nuanced cultural and religious values? And critically, what are the non-negotiable ethical lines where deploying AI for Muslim travelers? That's our focus for today, to cut through the hype and get to the heart of AI's impact, the tangible opportunities for smarter, more personalized, Muslim-friendly travel, and the crucial challenges that we must navigate to build a responsible and inclusive future. So to my panelists, I'll start with Dincher. From your perspective and in terms of Salam booking, how are you currently using AI to enhance the Muslim-friendly traveler experience?
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum, and thanks for your introduction of myself and my company, Reem. And also thanks for CrescentRating to have such kind of great organization and for many years and great opportunity to talk about AI. And as you mentioned, AI is something totally important and impactful technology which comes to our life in recent years and changing everything. In our perspective, AI is not something very easy to explain or very easy to develop for our future, because it's like inventing electricity or internet or something like this for our understanding. Because I'm also an electronics engineer and software developer side, I can have different mindset about to developing AI technologies besides using it in travel and Muslim-friendly travel. During the session, I try to give my comments about from the both sides in the operational of the Muslim travelers, besides about the technological wise, how we can continue to grow the AI impact in our life. So in Salam booking, as you know very well, the AI is not something established and stay there. Every day it changes. For example, when ChatGPT invented 2 years ago, etc., it was something there. But after 3 months or 6 months later, they launched their new version. They totally changed everything, because as a software developers, we were trying to create some additional things on it. But during that time, they did what we were developing in this 3 months. So it is something really rapidly. What I feel in Salam booking, we really understand what is the main idea behind and how we can take AI or this technology into our life. It's not, of course, only in Muslim travel industry, but also how we can easier our life for all the other aspects. And what we feel in the market when we talk with the customers, of course, we have daily ways, operational wise contacting with them. Or personally for us, AI means as a chatbot who replies everything. Whatever we ask, there is a reply, and we are happy with this reply. So they can understand us in after a couple of questions, and the ChatGPT can reply anything we cannot even imagine. It makes all our lives easier and easier. But in reality, we must really understand what it is exactly and how we can take advantage of AI to change our lives. And when it comes to Salam booking vertical, of course, Muslim travelers are our core, and our business model is based on totally for Muslim-friendly travel. We were the team of co-founders of Modernisa before. So from the fashion, we jumped into travel industry to create the same success story we did in vertical in the fashion industry. And in last 2 years, we tried to do our best first to understand the way of travel, of course, operational wise, and hopefully, inshallah, we will try to change the way of customer behaviors using this technology. And now, since last 2 years, we are really working in AI from the beginning to create some added values on it. And inshallah, at the end of at the end of the year in the Q4, we are going to launch one better version of AI-driven, hyper-personalized Umrah and Umrah Plus Saudi guideline, or the meta, and we are going to have a chance to see the reaction of the Muslim travelers on it. So I have really many things to talk about it, and but before to talk more and more, I want to take and lead us.
Yes, we'll definitely come back to you, Dean Sher, and ask you also for more specific examples in terms of what you are doing, planning on doing, or what can be done by others in this sector for Muslim travelers. But now I'd like to ask Sadia a question, a follow-up question. So where do you feel AI is genuinely moving the needle for Muslim travelers right now or in the immediate future, and beyond basic chatbots and basic personalizations? Like, where do you feel the impact is felt the most or will be felt the most?
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Thank you, and a super interesting question. I mean, firstly, I should put it out there that I'm totally fascinated with AI. I love it. I use it as a consumer, and I guess where is it moving and how it will, I guess, impact the Muslim traveler. I mean, there's two parts to that, and then there's us that run sort of businesses within the travel industry and how we use it, as well as I guess how the consumers are going to use it. So I guess the consumer one's quite obvious. You can go to whether it's ChatGPT, DeepSeek, or Copilot, and put in what your requirements are. And I guess with AI, we know this is only going to get smarter. It's only going to personalize things more and more the more you use it. So whether that's a simple itinerary, which is halal friendly, or an itinerary which is a lot more detailed in terms of being, where are the local masjids and meals, etc. You only get what you put in ultimately, and it's only going to get smarter. But I guess as a small business at the moment, how we use it and how we think it's going to kind of progress. So we use it for things like, upping our social media game, making sure that we know what trending algorithms are, sometimes even helping with our captions and stuff. So it's there, and we use it kind of on a daily. How we think it's going to progress, I guess it's going to be a step more than just chatbots at some time. And I guess the virtual assistant game will really sort of step up. Are we going to use it to create itineraries fully? Possibly. But at the same time, I think people do value that personal touch, and it's how you use it in terms of you want it to complement your business, not necessarily take over. There's obviously downsides to that as well, but we'll come to that. I mean, I think at the moment, how it's going to evolve or develop, or how it's being used, it's how much you put into it, really, isn't it? So for us at the moment, we're still very much a small business. For us, things like using it to up our social media game, using it to kind of tidy things up, or have kind of keywords trending, whether it's your SEOs for websites. But that will, I guess, significantly change and hopefully lessen the work. Maybe we won't need to take on as many staff because there's a lot of things that, one person can do with the assistance of AI. But I personally have taken it on as a positive. Yes, there's a darker side to it, but actually I think if you embrace things like this, it's only going to help you.
Sadia, you said that AI, ideally it should complement and not take over what your company is doing. I'd like to direct a question to Abdelmalik Taylor. You've built Halal Tourism Britain on authentic, human-led experiences. What's the future for the human touch and authentic local expertise in an increasingly AI-driven landscape? And do you feel that AI will complement or will ultimately compete with the value proposition of experts like yourself?
Well, first of all, I'd just like to make mention, thank you, Reem, for the introduction, as well as thank you, Crescent Rating, and nice to see the fellow panelist as well. Now, this is a question I remember when we started off doing guided tours. People said that you'll have to embrace technology. This is before AI actually emerged, you could say. And people said, you'd have to be using laptops, iPads, iPads in terms of showing visual aids. And what we actually found was it sounded good, but in our experience, people prefer the actual visual aid to be handed and to be distributed around. But what we did manage to do is actually give digital images to people as well. If it's like a group outing, they were given images as well where they could actually do their own little further research. Now, when you're moving on to AI, where does this lead to as well? And this is a big question, because most of the discussions I've seen around halal travel and AI, it generally kind of like seems to revolve from customer service as well as what could one find in terms of like putting your requirements into the different platforms, for example, GPT, and what it comes up with is obviously a schedule that's to your needs. However, I've kind of played around with it at times, asking for guided tours in different destinations, and it's largely absent. They don't have that. And I remember about 3 years ago, I was interviewed and we on a different media show, and we discussed about AI. At that time, it didn't have much about halal tourism, so whatever the latest trend was, it was missing. And it did discuss about general travel. However, now 3 years on, we do have another stage where we've gone to discussing about halal travel, but it largely seems to be fulfilling one's schedule, as well as perhaps prayer times, as well as asking questions. For example, can a hijab be worn in a particular country, or niqab be worn in a particular country? Wearing a burkini at particular beaches, women-only beaches, and it's very much, and also the halal food part and where the nearest mosque is. And if you ask yourself, I mean, this is perhaps something that you can already find on the internet. So it's no different from that in some ways. And unless you're asking specific questions to AI, you will only get a general response. And sometimes they don't know the latest trend within particular parts of the world, unless more than one person is actually asking about it, or it's been fed to AI. And what we have seen, though, for us, from a tour guiding perspective, there's developments not only for that missing segment of the tour guiding part, but there is that part even to do with if somebody wanted to have a guided tour in another language that's not the same language as the tour guide. So let's say, for example, a French Muslim went to a particular locality, but they wanted a particular tour delivered in the French language, but the Muslim guide could only deliver in the English language because they didn't know French. You can now find the AI's apps, basically. One which comes to mind is Live Voice, where it translates what the guide is saying simultaneously on the app itself. So this is a development in terms of AI. It hasn't replaced the tour guide, but it's offering an alternative just in case it's required. But the best option here would to have a French-speaking guide, but we have to accept in a number of locations you're not going to find a full list, a number of tour guides speaking the language which the customer would want. But now having these AI apps is quite helpful in terms of offering simultaneous translations as well, and it can offer how can we say, also it's like last year Denmark was had a celebrating media post about saying it's got the first AI tour guide. And obviously that's like, okay, what's that? So once we actually took a look at it, it was called Waldi, and it wasn't quite what it made out to be. I mean, it was like in some ways the evolution of QR codes. QR codes people are using already. Piece of technology which wasn't there probably about 10 years ago, came in around about 5 years or so, and some tourist spots started to add them, etc. And what you find is that now customers could actually scan QR code, it goes to another platform, AI platform, and where you can ask additional questions, and then it will come up with an answer. But the problem here is what I've could see is that perhaps the answers are scripted and they don't really offer sometimes authentic local answers as well. And if there's another opinion sometimes out there, who's funding it may not want that particular description to be added to that AI as well. So there is this dilemma here in terms of authenticity. Is it a locally authentic script, or is it one which has passed through different layers just to make it more official?
Yeah, those are some good points you mentioned, Abdul Malik. And sometimes with AI announcements, they tend to be a lot of hype,
exactly. The same word. Great minds think alike in terms of the words as well. Yes, it's just very much hyped up as well. I mean, even if you looked at the Meta, the recent, about 3 months ago, Meta said that they're going to lay off about 3,500 workers and just go with AI and develop that as in a replacement. But when you look at it in reality, what's looking at, yes, that 5% of the workforce has been taken out, is going to be taken out. But generally, that trend is always there year by year.
But let me ask you something, maybe not directly AI, but technology related. What do you think about augmented VR augmented tours in terms of having some sort of eyewear that...
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I actually forgot the Meta do have the Ray-Bans, sunglasses as well. This is quite interesting. You know, sometimes, people don't want to be holding the mobile phone. And if they wear the Ray-Bans, and then you've got everything, they can display the text on there, it can translate it for you on screen, etc. So people are, if I've seen even like auditors as well, they're using them. But people, I think they would actually embrace them. Because let's be honest, if you've got sunglasses on in the sun, you're already looking cool as it is. But, to have that additional feature of having Ray-Bans that could actually translate for you, and it's hands-free, that's an additional piece of value that people like.
Yeah, and some destinations are taking it even further. Saudi Arabia established a company called Qasas to put their history, make it live, and through technology and through storytelling aided by AI and technology.
Definitely established a lot more immersive experience in different locations, so that's quite nice. The only thing what I found, I actually visited them last year. Some of the information wasn't really at the forefront. So it would give you the opening hours, but it wouldn't tell you if the tour was going to be, the guided tour for the most experience was going to be in a specific language at a specific time. It's only when I actually went there and found out, oh, okay, so I have to come back then at a particular time. But, in terms of planning, that would have been nice to know that much more earlier.
Yes, absolutely. Well, let me shift the discussion a little bit and heading back to you, Sadia. How do we ensure that AI tools are culturally and religiously sensitive when serving Muslim audiences? And then also a follow-up questions. I know, Sadia, you're focusing on empowering Muslim women to travel, and that often involves navigating specific cultural and also safety considerations. And as AI tools are becoming embedded in planning as well as on-trip support, what are some critical design and data considerations to ensure that these tools are culturally and religiously aware and sensitive and also beneficial? And I'm particularly focusing on the needs of Muslim women.
Thank you. I guess with anything, so I think generally the way AI is, it's looking to kind of fully replace search engines at some point. But I think even with things like AI, I mean, it's being you want to make sure that the data that's being fed is inclusive, which means that systems need to be trained on the whole diverse data set. And that includes whether it's the lifestyle, travel, faith-based routines, etc. But I think where there's opportunities for Muslim businesses to get involved, and in my case, women, we definitely have to. And whether that's AI design, whether that's testing, whether that's reviewing processes, there'll also be platforms where, and AI is smart. So if you have used it to ask certain questions and it's incorrect, you need to feed that back to AI. It might seem silly to be having a conversation, but actually you're trusting it to give you some. You need to tell it you are incorrect. So it will remember those things. And that's how we have to kind of be, I guess, a bit more accountable as consumers and users to make sure that the stuff that's, also feeding out is correct. Most of us will question it or will use it as a base or a guideline, but there will be some people who take its word for it fully, and actually that could put them in quite a difficult or compromising situation. I mean, this is very basic, but whether it's a new Muslim, just asking about certain things about, whether it's halal or is this place, offering something, the information could definitely be incorrect. It's not 100% guarantee that it's going to be correct. So I think we all have a bit of a duty, actually. The more we use AI, if there's faults in the system, there's, we need to be raising those. And then I think, did you ask me about, I guess, ethical concerns? Yes, I think, again, that's very similar to sort of what I've already touched on, things that are incorrect, but we have to be part of the conversations in designing them and moving forward. We'll get to places where actually they may even be Muslim-owned AI platforms. And actually, do we have a duty to support them? To a certain extent, yeah, we should, always do that. But I think you have to be careful. It's no different to, I guess, the internet. And we just have to remember that it is a smart tool and it will constantly evolve, and we have a duty to be able to put in as much as we take out as well.
That's a really good point, Sadia. And let me ask you a follow-up question, and then I'll head to Din Chair. I'd like to ask you that as well. So we touched upon sensitivity, but let's broaden it. And you did touch a little bit on ethics, but really beyond privacy, which is a huge concern, what are other significant ethical flags or unintended consequences that you foresee in increased AI adoption by Muslims within the travel space? And what specific uses of AI do you believe the industry should approach with caution or perhaps avoid? And so, Sadia, I'd like to hear from you, and then Din Chair, I'd love if you could chime in as well.
I think so. I mean, this is quite a long answer. I'm going to try and condense it, and it goes a little bit back to what Abdul Malik Taylor was saying. It's about replacing that kind of human person. It's not going to happen totally, and it shouldn't. And I think, unless you're born into AI and that's all you know, you will always expect a human at some point to give you that, whether it's the empathy or the correct information. So us putting things into AI, there's no guarantee that we're not getting incorrect information. And that's where there's huge issues, whether that's something as small as prayer times. But generally speaking, as we adopt, I guess, a halal-friendly approach to tourism, those kind of things, hopefully Muslims are using dry hotels where there's places that have taken into their consideration. So you're not relying solely on AI. AI should be used as a tool or a guidance. It should not be your sole it shouldn't be the oracle where you go for absolutely everything. And I think we have to be sensitive. And I guess in a world where people are talking less and, communicating through screens, etc., people are stopping having conversations. So again, there's this huge danger that you're just constantly going to rely on AI. I do strongly believe that's not going to happen in the generation that have grown up without it, because we will always prefer somebody, and we'll also have that kind of clarification. But I think until there is a generation that's born into AI, then yes, they will definitely opt for technology, that because they wouldn't know anything different. They don't know that someone's going to give them a nice guided tour or someone's going to talk them through something. They're going to actually think, I'm supposed to take an iPad, or I'm supposed to put on VR goggles, and this is the best as it gets. So yeah, I think I kind of answered that, and I went off tangent a little bit, but yes, there's huge dangers to it, and I think we all have a duty constantly, whether that's with our children, whether that's with our peers, but also as businesses, about what we're taking on and who is our provider and what we're embedding into our, whether it's websites or into our businesses, how we're feeding that through.
Thank you, Sadia. Good points. Dincher, would you like to add anything to that, and especially from the technical perspective?
Yeah, sure. Some of the points I agree with Abdul Malik and Sadia, but some of the points I am totally disagree. I don't think that AI is really huge problem for our future or huge danger, because I am as a over 40 years old guy. Of course, we are looking for human to talk, to experience, like a guide and Abdul Malik. We love it, but this is our time. But I don't think after 10 years later, the new generation born into AI is not going to care about it. They are just, because the core of their mindset become AI. Like we, for example, in mid of 90s, internet came into our life. We used to have a life before it, and we have really something normal. But when it comes today, after 20 or 25 years later, we really even don't know what we are going to do without internet. It is something like this. So, or mobile phones. We used to meet with our friends without having any mobile phones. I don't know how we had managed this, because we said that, okay, we are going to meet there at that time. But then we leave the houses and we meet somehow. But today, I really cannot imagine how I can make it, because you need to call and you need to change your location, send your Google map where you are, location, blah, blah. The way of behaviors are totally changed. Therefore, what we today live in AI technology is similar what we used to live the beginning of internet. In that time, there were not many internet websites. We couldn't have really correct information because the number of websites were limited, or the number of applications were limited. So in that time, as Sadia said, the information we got is really big question mark, because we have no alternatives, or there were no deep information or whatever we call behind. Now, it is like this. For AI, of course, without person or without us, AI is just a technology, but we are going to use it, and we are going to create some additional data, and we are going to improve it. Of course, it's going to change it's going to make some replacement. For example, for today, the guides is okay, but for our generation, but I don't think that for 20 years later, people are going to really looking for a guide to touch or to explain or to ask questions, because there is going to be a technology in all languages. And of course, we question AI today because it's really very not deep data behind. But after 20 years, we even faced together in the last 2 years how it changed. So I really cannot imagine after 20 years. So of course, for our generation, it's a really big question mark. But for the new generation, it's going to be totally different. Besides, the people who are going to train this AI is going to be the people like-minded or born in AI. So the main thing, of course, is the personalization, and of course the training, the algorithm behind, and machine learning, etc. I'm in it, therefore I really can have some more deep comments about it. It's going to change everything. It's going to have really deep impact, even what we can imagine today. But it's not something dangerous. It's not something risky. We are going to make it because we are going to. We need to do that, because it's like when internet comes to our lives, we didn't refuse it. Maybe in the beginnings we refused mobile applications, or our mothers or our fathers said, "Okay, I don't want to use mobile. I cannot use it." But today, they all use Instagram, WhatsApp, we send messages, etc. It's something like this, but for AI is better version of internet, and our daily operational mindset is to create really some added values for Muslim-friendly mindset, Muslim-friendly travelers, which is, of course, as you all said, the Muslim travelers need to feel really much more safe or much more comfortable when they are traveling all around the world. And AI is going to change this world, and what we believe as a company or personally, there will be an agent of all of us in near future. One agent will be for our traveler consultant, one agent will be our health consultant, one agent will be others for AI based, who knows us very, very, very deep, and all the algorithms are going to learn. Of course, I don't mean the ChatGPT we are using now. I mean the new generation solutions we are going to face together, and it's going to be one part of our life, like we are going to use. We are using mobile applications. This is, of course, for my side, it's a bit scary, but I don't think that for young generation is that scary.
Dinshare,
I was just gonna.
I'm coming to you, Abdelmalek, because I noticed, I saw that you wanted to chime in, and I will come to you, Abdelmalek, and then back to Dinshare. I have a follow-up question with more specifics, but Abdelmalek, please go ahead.
I was going to say, in general, I agree with Dinshare. However, there's a part here which is missing. It's to do with inclusivity. And if you're looking at particular settings, destinations like Turkey, yes, you will have Muslim heritage mentioned there by AI, etc. And if you were to look at other destinations, for example, even like America, England, and you were to ask AI, what are the Muslim locations here? Generally, what you would find is the mosque, maybe the odd Islamic gallery that's there. However, in terms of that's, could you say maybe like cultural locations, but in terms of the Muslim heritage locations, that's not going to be there. And, we've had to signpost people in America from when we meet them. So you do actually have Muslim guided tours there, and this is them and this is them, but you're not going to find this on AI. And that's the part in terms of who's overseeing this AI. What platform are we using here in order to find out, about Muslim heritage locations or Muslim heritage tours as well in specific countries. So general countries like Turkey and elsewhere, you find it, like Bosnia as well, because if you like, the majority country is the majority population of the country is Muslim. However, when you're looking at places where Muslims are minorities, you're not necessarily going to find that inclusivity of Muslim heritage sites.
Unless someone like you, Abdelmalek, specifically creates a tailored AI and feeds it all of your knowledge, then you will have that.
Yeah.
Right?
And it would be called Tailor AI. Tailor-made. But that kind of, sorry to jump on that, but that is a little bit about what I was saying. It's if we're not part of developing these and reviewing them and feeding information back, it's because there is a really dark side to everything. Like there's a dark side to the internet. There's going to be a dark side to AI, and that's whether that's erasing history, whether that's diluting it, whether it's so. If we're not part of the conversations, the generation that's going to accept AI as the norm is never ever going to know, and it will be like, there was once a man called Taylor telling stories, but we will never know because it's just been washed away, which is why it's important that we are part of the feedback. We are part of the, I don't have the skill set to be developing that, but if I did, I would. But we need to be part of those conversations, and we need to be part of the boards that review them.
By way of example, for London, what we do actually have, which comes up on Chat GTP, is the fact that it does mention the Islamic Gallery in the British Museum, and people are fascinated by it. But the whole narrative, and when you look at it in reality, is not something that I agree with, and that's what they show. And that's what they show is that Islam is international and not domestic. So they're trying to say Islam is foreign, as opposed to just having a rich history that goes back to the 8th century in Britain. And this is the part at the moment that we need to be careful about, whose inclusivity is it, and who's leading these conversations, even including onto feeding AI as well.
In that sense, I want to add something to Sadia. It is 100% sure that it must be fed by us. As a Muslims, our responsibility, what we are trying to do in our community, or what we are trying to do in our business model, there is an AI, of course. I don't know the religion of AI. Of course, it's something created by many different religions. But our responsibility in our future for AI, we must be in that project with correct information, correct feedback, repeating. Then, as Abdul Malik said, some of the things are okay for today, but if we think that it is something scary and we should be out of it, then it's going to be scary. The thing, what we must do, we must be part of it. We are not think that it's going to change our profession or it's going to change our life. Totally, it's going to really help Muslim travelers to enlarge their world or to travel much more freely, because for non-Muslims it's easier to travel around the world. But the concern, to AI, how can I say, added value is going to be much more for Muslim travelers, not for the non-Muslims. In case we are going to support or feed or create or teach the algorithms together, the guys in Muslim travels industry, like all we are, our responsibility for the future, for the young generation, if you don't want them to have some wrong information, is exactly today to teach AI with correct information, correct knowledge. And because AI or machine learning is like this, if you really give correct information, and of course millions of people give that, then the correct definition is going to change, because data cannot manipulate that level. If it is a worldwide billions of people are using, there is no way for, of course there will be some manipulation, like all around the world. I cannot say that we can be really 100% pure AI, but our responsibility in that sense is to really be aware of the future is going to change, and we must be the part of it by feeding or by teaching or by giving the correct information for the Muslim travelers. If we can do that, I'm personally sure that it's going to be really much more added value for Muslim travelers than the non-Muslims in near future.
I'd like to shift gears a little bit and dive deeper. Dincher, you have the technical background and you're involved knee deep in Salam booking. I want to shift to, in terms of operationally, how is AI helping you? Is it saving you? Are you needing to hire less people? Are you able to get things to market quicker? How is it helping you be more efficient? How can other companies benefit from AI? Like, what tips do you have?
Of course, for the operational wise, it is something really meaningful. Like every of us during our daily emailing or searching or etc. For me personally, I'm not using Google anymore. I'm just using my personalized ChatGPT or whatever we call to get much more information to how can I say, increase my efficiency for last 2 years. It perfectly okay for me. When it comes to Salam booking, of course, for my employees, the first thing I tell them, okay, you are as a person one, but you have ChatGPT, and I want you to be 1 + 1 = 3, because ChatGPT really can teach more than I can teach them. If they think that the new technology, I don't mean the ChatGPT, I mean the new technology brings them really added values. Of course, we use this for customer service. Of course, we use this for marketing. But as I said in my first speech, we just started. The efficiency we got from AI is totally nothing. The future is going to be really totally different for all aspects of operational wise. Maybe some of you had heard of AI customer service, not chatting, also talking with you. So you don't understand really, is it person or is it AI? Of course, it's the beginning of everything, but besides that, for our side, AI is not only guidance platform. AI is also the platform who you can manage your data, who you can create your strategy or marketing strategy, and not only for one side of your operational. It's also really important for forecasting or for data management, big data, or creating agents, or just one example. In AI, for example, you create agents for different verticals. For example, one agent is only replying for Bosnia, one of them is only replying UK, blah blah, and you put one top agent or judge agent who judge all the agents as an AI. They are giving correct information or wrong information. As Sadia said, if we really teach these agents or the judge agent perfectly, the value proposition we are going to have is going to be much more better. When it comes to your question, yes, we are using AI, and according to my opinion, every company should find a way, according to their business model, to use AI. But what I mean, AI is not a chat to reply your questions, etc. It's something wider.
And embedding agents, is that something you've already started doing in terms of training agents and having them specialized, or is that something you're planning to do?
In last 2 years, we tried 3 different models. From the first version of AI, then change, and we haven't reached the perfect one. Then when the technology changes, you must change yourself. You must not fall in love with your technology created. You must follow the technology going, because people are spending billions of dollars to generate the technology and improve it. So as a companies like in travel industry or technology companies, sorry, I talk more technology than the Muslim-friendly travel, but the core is to looking that direction for my perspective. And it will, for example, we are going to have another version 4 in last quarter. Inshallah, it will be better than the rest. But our motivation is to keep going to create at least the perfect in that age. So we as a Muslim travel companies or the companies leading in the industry, we must really follow the technology and not give up, continue to invest it, and not to scare about the technology. Just for future of Muslim-friendly travel, we must be in it.
Exactly. And you touched about looking ahead in the future. So, and beyond efficiency and personalization, and this question is to anyone who would like to answer, what truly transformative AI-powered innovation, and perhaps it's not something on the radar yet, but we can dream it up, do you believe could fundamentally reshape travel? Muslim-friendly travel is a subset of travel. So what could fundamentally change travel in the next 5 to 10 years? And I don't know, is that something that someone has dreamed of?
I have one, but it's more of like a wish list. Mm-hmm. And chances are the information is available, but somebody doesn't want to go through it manually, or somebody doesn't want to have a look at it. And maybe AI, and who knows what the data protection laws and stuff were. I would love to be able to book a flight next to another woman. I hate being stuck between, and as a woman, most women will feel like this sometimes when you're stuck in that middle seat between 2 men. And actually, is there something where you can just type in and go, actually, when you book my flight, book my seat, get me this? And, who knows? But it's a bit of a wish list, but I think it's something that most women would really, really welcome. So, yeah. And, there's the halal friendliness in there as well somewhere. But that was a bit of a wish list, but I think it's possible. And I don't think that's far away. But yeah, for me, that'd be like the number one.
Yeah, this is exactly what I mean just a couple of minutes ago. These are something not very complicated solutions, but it is possible. But as a Muslim-friendly travelers, we must put this problem into the table and push. You must create solution. If we are the guys as a community to put our problems more and more in front of the community, of course, like us as a Muslim technology developers, we are going to push the guys, personally us or the guys who are creating this technology. We must do this. So this is exactly what I mean. And there are many other things we can put as a problem and create solution together under AI technology.
Abdul Malik, what's on your wish list?
No, in some ways it's a bit similar to Sadia's. I can understand this one. With me, I'm actually diabetic, and I like to sit on a seat that's by the aisle because I don't want to keep disturbing people just in case I get caught out and need to go to the toilet. Sometimes I just have to be diplomatic and ask people, look, I'm diabetic, I might need to go to the toilet more than one occasion. Would you mind if I sit on the aisle seat as opposed to the window seat or the middle seat? Largely, people are quite understanding because they don't want to be disturbed if they'd be sleeping or watching a movie repeatedly by me. So, this is like something that in some way kind of echoes what Sadia says. It's like, could I have that ability to choose those particular seats as well? That'd be something nice as well.
Guys, we are working on it. Daily basis, we are working to do that. Not exactly that specific example, but what we are trying to do now, hyper-personalization means exactly what you said. I am going to know who you are you diabetic, how old are you, which frequent you are travel, which destination you are travel, in July, mostly where you travel, how many hours flights you are doing in July. All these data is going to be collected, and I'm going to know Abdul Malik need to be in the aisle and he can fly maximum 5 hours. His preferable destination is, for example, Bosnia, because he has 4 kids and he like to travel Bosnia to have sightseeing of that focus. And so this is not something utopic, and it is today available but must be improved. The most important thing is that unfortunately in our community the providers are really limited. I mean the suppliers of the products, because for non-Muslims you can find anything all around the world, but when it comes to our concerns like alcohol-free, halal food, praying times, qibla direction, language barrier, then it becomes complicated, and most of the suppliers or the tour operators do not prefer to create tours just for that niche because they don't think that there are not going to be enough customers. But and most of the Muslims are preferring the other non-Muslim travel companies just because of that, even they don't want. The thing as a community we must do is let's bring all our mindset together, bring our problems together, create all our suppliers, providers, technology together, then become strong to have really easier travel all around the world. This AI is going to make this easier because if all the stakeholders are going to fit the system in the proper way according to really exact what we need. And so therefore I am in the beginning not positively supporting your speech up to me, because daily basis, my core daily based business is to change this. Therefore, maybe I am falling in love with my project, but in AI we must do this, guys.
I mean, there is something else that I recently saw on the Monday. Over here in Britain, we had a bank holiday Monday, and I went to see that film, and then afterwards we went to a taco place. And the taco place in itself, you made your order via a QR code. And I was
what's a taco place?
Oh, taco, like Mexican.
Oh, a taco place. Okay, got it.
And there was no, I mean, they were there, the human beings, the waiters and waitresses, but you could just order by doing a QR code, and that was it. There was no interaction with me until they actually bought the food. But what was quite good about this, and I can see how it can develop even more into an AI part, was that if I had any allergies, I could actually see them listed there on the menu as well. Pretty much straightforward. Do I want this? Or this is the ingredients. And it was a halal place anyway, so I had no worries about that. But in terms of the food allergies, that's I'm not it's not for me, but for other people I was thinking about. It's clearly written here in terms of that. And that could easily then be fed into AI to say, oh, look, this is a restaurant to go to where it caters for your food allergies, etc. So that's something that is emerging as well, I would say. And that I would think is a way forward. But I think the Muslim countries, it might take a little bit of time for it to take place there. Certain destinations, even as somebody who's diabetic, I could not find a sugar-free drink, and that was very sad, to be honest. Water.
The thing we are going to change together is that if we really upload these data to the system, the suppliers, restaurants or cafes or whoever, if they see that there are inquiries, they must do that. Yes. Wherever they are. But our as a technology solution provider is that we need to collect data from you guys, not because from Istanbul I cannot collect all the data what Muslim traveler need. But if we have really proper and really 90% correct data, we can push the system that why you don't have such kind of non-allergic or non-sugar drinks in your restaurant or cafes. This is going to change the ecosystem for the Muslim traveler side, what I believe. This is hyper-personalization, but without data, this doesn't mean anything, unfortunately.
So those are extremely good points. So we need granular data, detailed data on the universe, on every Muslim traveler, to be able to provide this hyper-personalization. But then there's a balance between having this personal data, a lot of other personal data, and the risk of this data getting into the wrong hands, of being misused, of leaking.
You are 100% correct. For example, I don't know how Instagram launch when, but when Instagram launch, in our mindset, why I should post my daily picture or my family picture to that? Today, every new generation, every single hour, they're uploading, whatever the religion, Muslim, non-Muslim, whoever, they are uploading the pictures, and they don't think that it's going to be used against me. Or 95% or 99% of the young generation mindset is like this. So, of course, we need to shape this in proper way to create really added value for Muslim travelers. But to sharing, of course, there must be some system leader or ecosystem leader to create this data for us. But people are really willing to share something. I see this on Instagram or in Twitter, Facebook every day. People are not really very conservative about sharing something. And if it's meaningful, it must be done for us.
It's interesting that you mentioned that example, because that's exactly what's happening today here in the US with this new administration, is that your social media is being mined and being brought against you. If you're traveling into the US, or whether you are a green card holder or a visa holder, what you post on your social media is being analyzed by AI and can be brought against you. So it's very interesting that you brought this example. I think Sadia, you have something, and then we're nearing the end of our session, but any final thoughts? And then I have a final quick rapid fire question, and then we'll close our session.
No, I think everything that I was kind of going to say, I think Brother Dinçer kind of touched on that in terms of where we are with technology and how we're using, I guess the downside is there's a small print to everything and we're just too lazy to read it anymore. There's some fantastic AI tools that capture minutes, but no one's reading the fact that actually they now access to all your directory and they have access to all your contacts. So we, again, are getting lazy. And I think as consumers, we need to just be mindful of what we do share. Just read the small print. But otherwise, no, for me, this has been a very interesting session. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadia. Now, a rapid fire question, and with this, answer with one word, just what comes to your mind. What one word describes AI's future impact on Muslim-friendly travel? And this could be either positive or negative. Go, Sadia.
I think the term halal friendly, just being super mainstream and understanding. So I know it's supposed to be one word, so I'm going to stick with halal friendly.
Abdul Malik.
Future.
Future.
That is my word. Sorry.
Perfect. Dinçer.
Everything. It's going to change everything.
That does sum it up. Yes, it is going to change everything. Well, thank you for sharing such valuable perspectives on how AI intersects with our faith, our culture, and innovation. It's really been an insightful session and really interesting to hear the different perspectives. And it was good that we disagreed with each other. I feel that enriched the discussion. And thank you for our audience to joining us in the Halal Travel Global Summit. And don't forget to explore the other interesting sessions as well. Assalamu alaikum.
Mari saya bagi tahu kenapa anda kena pergi Taiwan. Tengok bawah. Sekarang tengok atas. Tengoklah sekeliling.
Anda boleh cuba pengalaman baru di sini.
Berani mencuba sesuatu yang mencabar.
Anda boleh merasakan ketenangan. Ada banyak lagi yang menarik. Makanannya enak-enak. Sebuah budaya yang unik. Semuanya menanti untuk anda rasai.
Taiwan ada semua yang anda nak.
Jadi apa lagi?
Jom Taiwan!
Sadia, it's been too long.
Hi, Brett. It's gorgeous. I love what you've done with the place.
I'm so happy that you decided to join us for the night.
When I heard that you got your Crescent rating, I just had to come experience these magical views.
Thank you so much for introducing me to Crescent Rating. As we are not a dry hotel, the Crescent rating scale from 1 to 7 works really well for us. It also helps a Muslim traveler to identify how Muslim-friendly your hotel is.
That's great to hear. How did you find the experience?
It was so easy. First, we did an online application, followed by a site inspection.
I can't wait any longer. Show me what changes you've made.
It was just a few tweaks and adding services to cater to the needs of our Muslim guests. Based on our offering, we've received a Crescent rating 5, which means our gin bar is still open to our regular guests. However, our fabulous restaurant now uses only halal certified ingredients.
That smells delicious.
We provide guests with prayer mats on demand and directions to nearby mosques. We also point out other halal eateries in Cape Town. Additionally, we have discreetly placed the Qibla direction in our bedrooms.
How have you found it?
Well, having our hotel on HalalTrip has been fantastic for occupancy, and the Crescent Rating online training courses have also helped our staff to better understand the Muslim guests.
I feel at home already. I never want to leave.
Wait till you see the views from your room.
In every journey, faith is our compass. Introducing the HalalTrip app, your faithful companion in exploring the world whilst staying connected to your beliefs. With the in-flight prayer time calculator and alerts, HalalTrip keeps you in tune with your prayers wherever you are. Find your Qibla direction seamlessly, whether you're amidst the bustling city or on a tranquil island. Track your spiritual journey with our prayer analytics, helping you stay committed to your faith. A treasure trove of du'as for every occasion, right at your fingertips. Discover the unseen with halal travel guides and inspiring travel blogs curated just for you. Satisfy your palate with a variety of halal restaurants nearby, wherever your adventures take you. Unlock exclusive travel package deals for a journey that's as enriching as it is economical. Join thousands embarking on a faithful journey with HalalTrip. Download now. HalalTrip, your gateway to a faithful exploration.
Hola, it's a real pleasure to be here with you. Are increasingly finding a place that feels both welcoming and familiar. So, whether you are a seasoned traveler, a tourism professional, or simply just curious about what Spain has to offer to Muslim visitors, I invite you to join me on this journey to the flavors, sights, and values that make Spain a truly remarkable destination for the halal conscious traveler. just close your eyes for a moment and picture this. You are walking through a sunlit alley in Granada. The scent of saffron and orange blossoms is in the air, the sound of the adhan softly echoing from a historic mosque, and just around the corner, a cozy halal tapas waiting to welcome you. Sounds dreamy, right? But it's not a dream, it's Spain, a place where Islamic heritage is not just found in museums, but lives in the streets of Cordoba and in the arcs of Alhambra, where halal isn't hard to find and is being celebrated, where Muslim travelers are not just visitors, but valued guests. So today, I want to show you how Spain, with its rich Andalusian legacy and growing halal infrastructure, is becoming one of Europe's most exciting and welcoming destinations for Muslim travelers. Let's begin with our journey. But now, before we head to sunny Spain, let me quickly introduce the team behind this journey. We are a team of 5, proudly based in Singapore, and together we cover Southeast Asia, Australia, and New Zealand. We are passionate about connecting Muslim travelers with destinations that truly welcome them. Spain is a perfect example, and I can't wait to share you more. So, when people think of Spain, 2 cities usually come to mind first, Madrid and Barcelona. And yes, they are exciting, vibrant, and full of energy. But today we want to take you on a different journey. Madrid presents itself as the current nexus connecting past and present. As a modern cosmopolitan capital, Madrid is not only a key entry point for international travelers, but also a cultural meeting place with a growing halal infrastructure and offerings that respect and celebrate diversities. And we have Barcelona, with its innovative spirit, architecture, and proximity to the sea. Barcelona offers a vibrant and visually stunning experience. It's a city where art can be found around every corner. But as I said before, our journey today will be a little bit different, as it will be a journey that follows the deep and fascinating Muslim legacy that shaped Spanish history for over 700 years. That's why in this presentation we will be focusing on 3 key regions where the legacy is still alive and visible: Andalusia, Valencia, and Aragon. So just to give you some context, let's have a short glimpse of Spanish history. Not everyone knows it, but the Iberian Peninsula was under Muslim influence for almost 800 years. This region was given the name of Al-Andalus. During this period, advances were made in science, art, philosophy, and architecture. The coexistence of Christian, Muslim, and Jewish cultures left a significant cultural and architectural legacy, and exclusive added value that no other regions in Europe can be boast of having. Okay, so given this historic data, it comes with no surprise that the first stop of our journey is and always be Andalusia. Andalusia is the most significant region for Muslim tourism in Spain, as it is the historical heart of Al-Andalus, where one of the most advanced Islamic civilizations of the Middle Ages flourished. Its Islamic heritage, with well-preserved architectural, can be seen in Granada, in Cordoba, or in Sevilla. Andalusia has 8 different provinces, full of beautiful cities and towns to explore. However, for those discovering the region for the first time, we always recommend these 4 destinations: Granada, Sevilla, Cordoba, and Málaga. Seville, is the heart of Andalusia, lively, colorful, and full of character. It's where you will find the iconic Giralda Tower in the picture, originally a minaret standing tall beside the Grand Cathedral. And if you are lucky to visit during spring, the Feria de Abril will ship you into a whirlwind of flamenco, food, and unforgettable Spanish energy. From here, we can head to Cordoba, a city where Islamic heritage is not hidden, it's the very, very center. The city was the capital of the Caliphate in 10th century, and Cordoba is home of the iconic mosque, now cathedral, one of the masterpieces of Islamic art. Its courtyards are a vast Andalusian intellectual heritage, makes this city a key destination full of UNESCO World Heritage Sites. It's important to notice that if you visit Cordoba in May, you will enjoy the Fiesta de los Patios, when local residents open their patios, their courtyards, to the public, transforming the city into a colorful open-air museum. Visitors wander through these beautifully arranged spaces, often accompanied by live music, flamenco dancing, and delicious Andalusian cuisine. And here, finally, we will go to the city by the sea, to Malaga. It's the Andalusian Mediterranean getaway, modern, dynamic, but yet deeply historic. That's not all. Malaga is part of the Costa del Sol, a sunny and peaceful coastline with villages as white as it sounds. It offers accessible and quiet beaches, as well as more secluded options for greater privacy. And for those adventure seeking, not very far away, you will find the Caminito del Rey, a stunning cliffside trail for the brave-hearted. You will also can find the Feria de Jerez, where Andalusian culture comes to alive with flamenco, horses, and local food, or have a nice ski day just a step away from Granada and the Alhambra. Well, and it's not only about big cities and dramatic landscapes. Small towns and local tradition are just as magical. You can explore the Pueblos Blancos in the first picture, the white villages, each one a postcard of peaceful charm, narrow alleys, and breathtaking views. You also can visit Ronda, but it's dramatically between two deep gorges, where the Puente Nuevo or New Bridge connects the cliffs. It's a marvel of engineering one of Spain's most stunning sites. And don't miss Cordoba, as I mentioned, the Patio Festival. Very important how to get to Andalusia. Well, we have two main airports in Andalusia, Malaga and Sevilla, that are very well connected with other cities in Europe, but they are also very well connected to Asia through Istanbul with Turkish Airlines. Also, Malaga has connection with Qatar Airways and some different airlines. There is also a very nice high-speed train that can connect all the cities in Spain through this web. You can access from Madrid just to Cordoba in 1 hour 45 minutes or to Granada in 3 hours 30 minutes. It can also be reached by car or bus. It's very well connected with Madrid or other important cities in the country. So finally, where to stay in Andalusia? Well, we just select here 3 different hotels for different reasons. We have Masial Faros with many details reminiscent of Al-Andalus, just 10 minutes walking from the monumental mosque in Cordoba. We also have the Alhambra Hotel Marbella, 5 minutes walking from the Golden Mile in Marbella, where you can have all your shopping. That is very close to Malaga. It is the very first hotel in Spain to obtain Halal certification. We also have the Gran Hotel Luna de Granada, located in the city center, just a 10-minute stroll from the old town. And with these recommendations, we move to Valencia. Valencia is a city where you can really feel the legacy of Al-Andalus. During the Muslim period, it became a cultural and agricultural center thanks to the innovations like advanced irrigation systems that are still influential today. So, things to do in Valencia. Well, Valencia's old city holds layers of Muslim history awaiting to be uncovered. It was, as I mentioned, once part of Al-Andalus, and the city was known as Valencia, a center of science, agriculture, and culture during this Islamic rule. You can walk through the ancient city walls, explore the former Arab quarter, and visit spots like the Torres de Serranos, which once guarded the Medina. Today, Valencia blends rich past with a vibrant modern culture, making it a fascinating stop for Muslim travelers. And it's not only about the old town. Just a short distance away, the futuristic city of arts and science offers striking architecture and peaceful spaces, perfect for a leisurely stroll or a family outing, as it has a oceanographic as well. Nearby, La Albufera Natural Park provides a serene escape with its freshwater lagoon and rice fields, where you can enjoy a traditional paella that is easy to find halal versions of. If you go to the south, lies the beautiful Costa Blanca, famous for its golden beaches and crystal clear waters, and further along the coast, the picturesque town of Peñíscola stands proudly with its medieval castle, a place where Muslim and Christian histories intertwine against this stunning seaside backdrop. Together, these destinations make the Valencia region a versatile and welcoming choice for Muslim travelers. And next, where to get to Valencia? Well, Valencia's airport is very well connected to the main cities in Europe, also to Istanbul via Turkish Airlines. The maritime port is one of the most important ports in Spain, so it's also a stopover for cruises. It's very well connected via high-speed train. For example, it's just 1 hour and a half away from Madrid, and also by car or bus. What to stay in Valencia? Well, we mentioned these three options that have halal food in the property if requested in advance, and also these properties have halal option within 5. We have Parador El Saler, alcohol-free rooms, halal food on request, indoor pool that can be private hire, and also a spa center and a hammam. It's full tranquility between the sea and the Albufera Natural Park, but very conveniently located as it's just 20 minutes away by car from the city center. We also have two other options, Caro Hotel that is just 4 minutes walk from the cathedral and 11 from the central market, and Hospes Paul de Mar that is also in the city center. It's a beautifully restored 19th century mansion, so you will have the historic charm with modernity. From here, we move to the Andalusian culinary legacy. Paella, as you may know, is one of our most universal dishes. The origin of its name may come from the Arabic, and it referred to leftover food that was mixed with rice to make the most of it. It's our personal nasi lemak, if I may say. Despite its humble origin, the paella has evolved into a dish celebrated around the world, thanks to initiatives like the World Paella Day. We also have the horchata, that it's made of tiger nuts that are only cultivated in paella, and different confectionery and sweets where you can feel the Arab influence in the ingredients used, like pumpkin, sweet potato, almonds. So this is all from paella this time. Let's move to the next region, Aragon. Aragon is an inland region in the northern of Spain, made up of 3 provinces, Huesca, Zaragoza, and Teruel. Let's start with things to do in Zaragoza. The influence of Arab culture in the region was slightly different to the rest of Spain. Zaragoza is the capital of the region of Aragon, so it's indeed the main city. One of the most important cities in Spain, just halfway between Madrid and Barcelona, so it's very easy to add this stop to any itinerary. Zaragoza is a vibrant city. Its rich Muslim past is still visible in landmarks like the Aljaferia Palace, a stunning example of Islamic architecture. And beyond its historic sites, Zaragoza offers lively plazas, charming old neighborhoods, and delicious local cuisine, with an increasing number of halal-friendly restaurants and shops catering to Muslim visitors. But it's not only about the city of Zaragoza. We can also find very close in the north of Huesca, in Albarracin, the former capital of the Taifa Kingdom, has preserved all its Islamic and medieval flavor, and its old town has been declared property of cultural interest. You also have amazing natural landscapes like Morte Perdido in Huesca or the Pyrenees, where you can find ski resorts, ski getaways, or just hiking around these amazing mountains. So, how to get to Aragon, or the easiest way is to do it through Zaragoza. Zaragoza has an airport, not very big, but important enough to host regular daily flights with some European capitals. There is also a high-speed station connecting with Barcelona and Madrid and can be easily reached by car. As I said, it's in the middle, halfway, Madrid and Barcelona. Here we want to mention the Mudéjar gastronomy, as it's a fascinating blend born from the coexistence of Muslim and Christian cultures in medieval Spain. It combines traditional Arab flavors like fragrant spices, nuts, and dried fruits with local ingredients. You can have here a QR code that gives you the halal guide for all the people curious about different options, not just in this region, but in any of the ones that I mentioned. Okay, Where to stay in Aragon? Well, we are going to mention three very different spaces. First of all, it's Canfranc railway station that has been the protagonist of important historical events since 1928, now has been totally refurbished to host an amazing hotel. We also have two paradores. May I remember you that the paradores are historical buildings that the government of Spain wants to preserve, so we made them hotels, so everyone can enjoy these incredible castles, palaces, or even monasteries. So with this, I finished the part about Aragon and the regions, and I want to talk about the different initiatives we are making in the Spain Tourism Office around the world, including ours in Singapore. Our initiatives include numerous familiarization trips for Muslim agents, press tips, webinars, and roadshows in other regions of Southeast Asia. From Spain, we are monitoring the halal certification of establishment and have created specific guides for halal tourism in different regions, as well as a specialized web platform. We also want to mention here shopping, because this is part of the experience you can have in Spain. There are some very famous brands like Loewe, Bimba y Lola, Massimo Dutti, Zara, Toast, Camper or Desigual that are Spanish brands. So we want to highlight them. The moment you visit Spain, you can have them hopefully with a big discount as they are part of our heritage. So with these last recommendations about shopping, my presentation comes to an end. Thank you so much for your time and attention. As we have seen today, Spain is more than just beautiful beaches, historical cities, and delicious food. It's a country that is embracing diversity and opening its arms to travelers from all walks of life. For Muslim visitors seeking meaningful, respectful, and unforgettable experiences, Spain is not just a destination, it's a welcoming journey where tradition and hospitality come together. We hope this has inspired you to discover Spain through a new lens, and we look forward to welcoming you or your customers with open hearts, open minds, and of course, open doors. Muchas gracias, and see you soon in Spain, in Salat.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum, and welcome to the first day of the Halal In Travel Global Summit 2025. My name is Rauda Zaini. I'm the head of strategic partnerships and projects at CrescentRating and HalalTrip. It's really an honor to welcome you back again this year. So today's session, a very exciting session. We're going to be talking about the transformative journey of Muslim-friendly travel and how destinations around the world are embracing inclusivity and diversity. So for this session, particularly, we'll be focusing on Hong Kong's Muslim-friendly transformation, a journey that has seen exciting progress over a period of 18 months. So really short, and we're joined today by three exceptional panelists from different sectors of Hong Kong's travel and hospitality industry. So I'll first up introduce Alexander Wasman, the head of hotels and service departments at the Miramar Group. Alexander brings over 30 years of global hospitality experience across Germany, the Middle East, the US, China, and Hong Kong. Under his leadership, the Miramar Group's hotels have achieved a prestigious 5-star Crescent rating, a testament to their commitment to service excellence. We also have Mark Bannon, Director of Operations at Kowloon Shangri-La Hong Kong. With his resourceful and proactive approach to luxury hospitality, Mark has been instrumental in creating guest experiences that align with the growing expectations of Muslim travelers. Kowloon Shangri-La Hong Kong has also achieved a Crescent rating of 5. We also have today with us Johnny So, Senior Head of Operations and Engineering at Ocean Park Corporation. Johnny's diverse career spans zoological operations, theme park management, and large-scale project launches, including his roles at Hong Kong Disneyland and Evergrande Fairyland. Today, he spearheads operations at Ocean Park and Waterworld, driving inclusive guest experiences for all visitors. Ocean Park Hong Kong has, as an attraction, has been accredited gold by Crescent Rating, which is the highest rating possible for an attraction. So welcome today, gentlemen. Very excited to have you share a bit more about the progress Hong Kong has made. So let's get right into it. Hong Kong has made significant progress in the last 18 months in enhancing Muslim-friendly experiences across hotels, attractions, and also MICE. So we'll talk about how that has impacted you in your sector and how the accreditation has also helped you in raising standards and building traveler confidence. So let's dive right in. First question, what motivated you to take steps forward toward becoming more Muslim friendly, and how did this journey begin for you? Maybe I'll direct this question to Mark first.
Yes. Firstly, thank you for this panel discussion. It's a pleasure to be part of this this discussion. Here at Kowloon Shangri-La, we're very proud that we were the first hotel to achieve the prestigious 5 Crescent rating. This achievement reflecting our commitment to excellence in service and hospitality for the Muslim travelers. But this journey began last year, with the Hong Kong Tourism Board and the government recognizing the Middle East market as an emerging tourism destination for these travelers. As I said, the journey began last year, and this included, from our rooms perspective, looking at facilities such as the Qibla directional sign, the Quran in the room, prayer mats, and also bidets to fulfill the guests' religious practices. And we've also introduced a dedicated prayer room, open 24 hours a day here in the hotel. And a very important part for us here at Kowloon Shangri-La was the halal dining options for our guests. And we were very proud that our Cafe Cool, our all-day dining restaurant, has been certified as a halal kitchen. But this was not an overnight success. This was a 6-month progress. And we worked very closely with the incorporated trustees of the Islamic community here in Hong Kong to ensure that we were adhering to the correct operating practices. And then following that was making sure our team, because it is quite new to the team here, to understand the importance of halal practices. So training was key. And then picking back on that was making sure the culinary team, we're very lucky. We now have chefs who specialize Middle Eastern cuisine and Southeast Asia cuisine, who specialize in halal cuisine from these regions to make sure it's authentic for these guests coming into our hotel.
Thanks, Mark. Like what you said, it's not an overnight miracle. It really takes a lot of effort from frontline to back of house operations. I think you can really see the fruits of the labor. And interestingly, Kowloon Shangri-La also, for the whole of month of Ramadan, did an iftar buffet. How was the reception for that, Mark? Maybe you can share a bit more.
It was it was a new initiative for us here at the hotel, and it was very well received from the local community. It was really quite nice. Like, you would go in the evening after sunset, and the guests were coming up to saying, "Thank you. This is the first time 5-star hotels are embracing this," and it was so nice, to the extent like some guests even bought me treats to share just as a thank you. It was so nice.
It sounds very heartwarming to see all the efforts, being recognized, and I'm sure all the staff also at the hotel feels appreciated for all the hard work that they put in.
Most definitely, yes.
So maybe Alexander, you can share a little bit more about, from also a similar perspective from a hotel point of view. A lot of efforts have been put into upgrade your facilities to accommodate to, the rating of 5, which is a high rating for a hotel in Hong Kong. How was it for you, and how has the reception been?
Yeah, thank you as well, Radha, for inviting me to the panel. It's a pleasure to be as well in Singapore. Yeah, I have to go back a little bit because I'm also an executive member of the Hong Kong Hotel Association. And in October 2023, we were invited by the Hong Kong government for a special meeting. How to engage with the Middle East, how to drive halal-friendly business to Hong Kong. So at that moment, the government asked us, the representatives of the hotel industry, how or what needs to be done in order to make Hong Kong halal-friendly. We were asked, are the hotels ready to receive overseas delegation, leisure travelers from Middle East and Southeast Asia? And they asked us for advice. What does the hotel industry need in terms of support to to get this done as fast as possible? So we basically replied we would need a kind of an aligned approach, kind of a guideline, kind of a structure, a framework, which we can then share with all our member hotels. And because everybody has a different interpretation of what is halal or what is Muslim friendly. If there's no proper guideline, it's very hard to implement. So shortly after, I think it was Q1 2024, Hong Kong Tourism Board signed up with CrescentRating, and then we cascaded down all the information to the member hotels. And then the implementation started. I think supporting the government initiative, supporting Hong Kong Tourism Board in their efforts was the macro motivation. On a micro aspect, the Mira Hotel is opposite, is located right next to the Kowloon Mosque, just 100 meters away. So we are basically, the Muslim community is part of our neighborhood, and I think it's our duty and as well the respect to the culture and to the faith to actively engage in the community and also provide the services to the community. So we started, as Mark said, implementation of all the standards required. For us, it was very clear after a short evaluation that we want to go for the 5-star or 5 Crescent rating. Facilities were possible. And then we started our process. And ultimately, yes, we want to improve our services, provide an inclusive service for all cultures, and ultimately also benefit financially from it. Hopefully, we can attract more new markets from the Middle East, from Southeast Asia to come to Hong Kong, then also stay with us at the Mira or the Mira movement.
Thanks, Alexander. And I think interestingly as well, Mira Hong Kong also did something very momentous, which is the first ever Ramadan iftar dinner at the Mira Hong Kong. And that was to bring together the community, as you said, which is where you are strategically located in, and also together, diplomats, government officials. And that video really went viral, didn't it? So it got more than 90,000 likes and millions of views. How did the team react to that, Alexander?
No, I mean, okay, so we went through this whole process of implementing. We get the awarded with the 5 Crescent rating, and then we also said, okay, services are ready, but now we have to take it to the next level and then involve the community. And Ramadan was in end of February. So we said, why don't we do arrange an iftar dinner, invite all the people who were involved in the process, government officials, tourism commission, tourism board. We invited all the consul generals from the Middle East, from Southeast Asia, all the associations, the imam from the Kowloon Mosque. So the entire community, with around 200 guests. And it was very interesting because for the Hong Kong side, a lot of we received a lot of calls before the event asking how to behave, what to do we have to pray? Well, so very interesting because also not only for the hotel side, as Mark mentioned, also for the public, it requires a lot of education to better understand the culture. And so the event went very well. Everybody enjoyed it. It was very spiritual as well because the imam was making a prayer, and then we are breaking the fast together. And we captured it in a video, which we then posted on our social media, Facebook and Instagram. And yeah, as you said, I think by now we reach around 5 million views, and all over the world. So it got viral. So it was a very positive feedback, very engaging, encouraging for the staff as well, who put all the efforts in to set this up, to achieve the 5 Crescent rating. And also, as Mark mentioned, a lot of positive feedback from the local community, showing respecting the culture, appreciating. I received emails as well from local Muslims living in Hong Kong for a long time. Oh, it's so wonderful. It's the first time that we attended something like this. It's a shared community event. So I think it's a start. It was the first year, and for Mark also the first year to do the buffet. I think it's a process to create the awareness, to continue to do more events for the community. But obviously that viral video, and I invite everyone to look at it. If I make look up the Mirror Hotel Instagram, and you can see the video. It was very encouraging for all of us.
Yeah, I think efforts like that, when you see the numbers and you see the emails, it really feels like all the effort that you put in has paid off. So I think what this signifies, not, I mean, for the local community as well, and also for travelers who are interested in coming to Hong Kong, is like hotels and attractions like all of you are welcoming Muslim travelers. What it signifies, it signifies that Hong Kong welcomes you. We have the facilities and the infrastructure to help you fulfill whatever obligations that you need while still enjoying Hong Kong. And ultimately, when Muslims travel, they travel for the same reasons as everyone else, but also, and opportunities like these help them to also connect with other communities. So I think truly it sounds like the feedback has been very, very encouraging. So maybe what now we'll go on to Johnny to share a little bit more about the efforts from an attraction point of view, how it has been. As an attraction, Ocean Park has always been family friendly. So in essence, it is already Muslim friendly. So what else and what other measures, Johnny, that you could share that the attraction has put in place?
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for bringing me into the panel. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here. I think Ocean Park being as a conservation and educational hub, at the same time being a theme park, we have quite a various situations that we see demands from different backgrounds of guests when they come into the park, or even when they before they decided to come to the park or not. That give us some very important insights that we have to be pay attention to how to accommodate their needs. I would say our journeys on being Muslim friendly can go back to before millenniums. Actually, at the times, we have on and off Muslim backgrounds guests coming to the park. For example, India, some from the Middle East, but the number is not that high. But after the millennium, we see a gradually pick up from particularly India and also Middle East. So at the time, during 2010, I think, when we attend different travel trade in Southeast Asia as well as Middle East, the first question we always being asked was, do your park have halal food? Do your park have some restaurant that can fit our guests or our people? And also, do you have any facilities that's, for example, prayer rooms, or for example, some others facilities? One very interesting question was, because we are theme park, we have roller coasters, we have some attractions, right? So they are very curious on asking, okay, so we have religious clothing like head scarf or maybe some other items that need to be putting on. So when we are visiting your park, is it okay that we can still enjoy as other people? So this is very interesting feedback that we received this. So as we all collected all this information signed in 2010, we start to have a more structural way to improve our facility as well as the services. First of all, is we start to upgrade our F&B outlets. So by 2016, we have around 8 halal restaurants that have been certified out of our 40 outlets. We are still trying to get more, but the journey is not that easy because we need to be modifying the existing facilities and based on the halal certificate requirement, which is along the way learning a lot because we need to be very careful and also stringent on a couple of requirements. At the same time, I would like to highlight one thing which could be very unique to our situation, which is we are providing a what we call the hooped jacket. So as I've said, some guests or some agents, they have asked when they if they will bring their guests from Middle East or with Muslim backgrounds, so they may have the headscarf or maybe they have the hajit. So when they try to get on the roller coaster, how could it be possible? So basically, in the past, I would say in the whole world, there is not much theme parks have prepared for that. So but recently, when in Middle East, the economy is quite good, and they have built quite a number of international standard theme parks. So there's more and more way of handling that. So we introduced a hooped jacket, which is something like a running jacket. So you have a hoop that you can tightly cover your head. So no matter whether you have any particular religious items or maybe a little hat that is on the guest, and then you can get on our jacket, and this pretty okay. At least items won't be thrown away during the experience, as well as it's safe for the guest itself and also the guests of the others. So this is the way that we introduce, and actually this is quite popular because used to be when guests with Muslim backgrounds or they have a specific dressing code, they used to just stood aside and then just watch other people to have fun. Now they can participate. So I think this is really unique, and this is what we do to try to make sure everybody is happy.
Thanks, Johnny. I think the common narrative here is food. So halal food is very important in all touch points. Personally, I can relate to that. It's always a concern. And not just like finding halal food also, when you travel, you wanna taste the locals version of whatever is halal. So when I go to Hong Kong, I wanna try halal dim sum, I wanna try halal noodles and so on. And I think that's readily available in Hong Kong, which is not the case for many places where options are very limited. And you don't really have a chance to savor the local authentic culinary specialties. So I think Hong Kong definitely has made a lot of improvements and progress, as we have heard. But of course, behind all the glam and glitter, I'm sure there are also challenges that you face, especially when it comes to retraining the staff and learning and relearning. So Mark, maybe you can share a bit more about what are some of the behind the scenes challenges that you face.
Yeah, Yeah, there was a few challenges to start with. I broke them down into three areas we faced challenges. The first, and I think one of the biggest, was the staff training and awareness. You know, it was new to the Hong Kong colleagues. So it was ensuring all our staff understood the specific needs of the Muslim traveler. You know, again, we worked very closely with the Islamic Community Fund of Hong Kong. You know, they helped us a lot developing comprehensive training. And this, you know, we use that in classroom environments, but also literature on the halal practices. So that was number one. And then secondly was the operational adjustments, you know, especially in food preparation. That was a bit of a challenge. And we modified basically an existing area in the kitchen, which was previously used for events, and we converted that into a halal kitchen. So that was key. And that's something which we will piggyback on longer, because that will be able to be used for event spaces in the future. Again, we collaborated with the Muslim consultants to review and adjust our practices to ensure, you know, we were fully compliant without compromising on quality. And again, was, you know, Hong Kong being quite challenging for staff resources, was ensuring the allocation for these new initiatives was prioritized, but without affecting existing services. So that's basically in a nutshell what we did. And of course, in the rooms, you know, we already had quite a strong base for Muslim travelers. So that was quite an easy thing, but it was just making sure that staff was paramount and they understood what is required.
Yeah, I think for audiences who may not be aware of what entails in a Crescent rating on 5, so hotels in Hong Kong either get a 3, 4, or 5. So higher 5 is being highest rating available. So the hotel needs to be equipped with a Qibla indicator, prayer mat, halal certified breakfast menu or halal breakfast corner, room services with halal menu, halal certified restaurant or kitchen, and also water friendly washroom. So a lot of accommodation and a lot of provisions needs to be done to, you know, not just the current infrastructure of the hotel, but also to the staff and the training. So Alexander, do some of these points resonate with you? Do you also feel some of the challenges being from the same sector?
Well, we have since the opening of the hotel, we have a guest service ambassador. He's from Egypt. So he was kind of guiding us through the process. He was figuring out the Qibla signage and everything. So in terms of implementing, you know, the hardware stuff, Qibla signage, prayer mats, etc., that's quite easy. I think the challenge was on the culinary side to really get it right, because there can be a lot of shortcuts, you know, if you use the wrong equipment, etc. So if you don't do it right, then you can still say halal, but it's not 100% halal. So we went through this whole implementation phase, and then by coincidence, I came across a event order for our ballroom, and it said menu halal/no pork. So I was like, halal/no pork. I called the sales manager and I said, is it no pork or is it halal? And he said, well, didn't really know how to answer me. So I realized, okay, while the chef who's setting up the kitchen and maybe the hygiene manager who checks the recipes is fully aware of what needs to be done, the people on the front who are selling the product, people on the front desk, had no idea of what is really halal, right? So this prompted me to work with our training team to make a comprehensive cultural guidebook for all the operation, which explains in detail, first of all, the services we provide and why we provide them, and also explain what is haram, what is halal, It was very interesting, and we did like a quiz asking, okay, for example, a panna cotta, is it halal or is it haram? Showing that like using gelatin, even if it's not very obvious, maybe, but it's haram, cannot be done, right? So and then similar as Mark said as well, we trained 100% of the staff in little groups, from housekeeping to front office to kitchen, to basically get from the buzzword of halal friendly to trustworthy 100% halal friendly service. And I think this is an ongoing process. We are retraining the team also on annual basis. We also have that training for our onboarding, like when new colleagues join, we have that halal friendly training as well. So I think that this is the key to get it 100% right and make sure everybody understands what are the requirements if you put the sticker halal friendly on your product.
So you've become the trainer now. You can train
Well,
other.
I make sure that the training is done, but I have experts who are really engaged and put a very, very nice program together.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how it's being passed on the knowledge, and the more that you are aware of, what the requirements are, you start to realize, there are some gaps in the understanding of, people in sales, in managing the products,
And if I may add on this, we also get feedback from the public. So we were arranging some activities for Eid al-Adha, which is now happening from Friday onwards. We received feedback. Oh, you cannot use this photo. This is you cannot say belly dancer. You have to call it traditional dance performance. And so I think people are also very sensitive. So you need to be very careful of how you advertise, what you advertise, and then also adapt. Again, respect the culture.
Yeah, and I think it's also the same across all cultures, right? So all cultures have got, what is, they are sensitive to, and we make accommodations. So looking forward to see what your hotel has in store for Eid al-Adha. That's happening this week, which is actually, which is over the weekend. Thanks, Alexander, for sharing those insights. So Johnny, how about Ocean Park Hong Kong? What are some of the challenges you face? Is it also related to operational adjustments when it comes to food?
Yes, definitely. I think Mark and Alexander has already mentioned those challenges. We also face, for example, infrastructures, how to do the messaging, as well as what phrases or words to pick, which is very headache to us because we didn't really understand or know about how the guests will get interpretation from the presentation, even the graphics that we present. I would like to share another aspect, which is we about knowing those guests, the actual culture. So I would like to share an example when we are modifying our prayer rooms with the requirements of the gold standard, that there is a discussion between myself with my engineers on the washing basins. And the engineers has suggested a few sketch and options. Of course, we are trying to make sure we comply with the standards, but at the same time try to be realistic and also to be economics. Okay, so there's a few drawings which one of them is basically we are thinking about to convert a shower rooms into prayer rooms. And then the engineer is very straightforward because we already have a shower basins, right? So they will be thinking, okay, we already have a shower, that is water, and there's a drains, so that should be okay. And then when we trying to bring into CrescentRatings and friends from CrescentRatings is very good, and they told us that that is not very okay. because the drains is actually the guests. The guests will be standing on the basins, and when you just wash, and it seems to be those water will still in touch with the guests, so which is not okay. And also very fortunate because I do have a few staff members work in Middle East for many years, and also some staff members, frontline staff member in Hong Kong we hired Muslim. So we asked them actually what's wrong. So what is the actual reasons were not okay? Because if we want to modify the whole shower basin, it's okay, but of course it's costs us more time and more cost. So they told us that there is one reason they will be very mindful on, that is, before I do the play, I want to make sure I'm clean, and that's why I wash my face, my hands, and my foot. As I was thinking, if I will be the best, which is those water will not contaminate me again. So this is very important knowledge because we didn't really know, but when we talk with those people who have experience, and also they are actually Muslim backgrounds, so we learn about why the design needs to be in that way. For example, we need to have a separate basin, such the guests can wash and then they can clean it and then they can dry it up and then they can move to the next step to do their play. So I think this is another challenge. Is how we can enrich ourselves as well as our staff members when we are trying to, first of all, create all those, for example, restaurants, playrooms, infrastructures. But I mean, the knowledge itself is also very important because if we do not really understand the reason of each of the requirements, then we may be just mimicking the setup that seems to be able to accommodate our guests, but actually that may have, when going to very details, that may be an offensive approach, or that may not be appropriate. So I think these are ongoing learnings. When we learn more and we can be able to get rich with more Muslim guests, then we can really understand their actual needs and the reason behind, such that we can do a better jobs.
Wow, it really sounds like you had to really get into the technicalities of, the design of the wash basin, and then that led to, what is proper and not when it comes to taking the evolution. So I think I commend all of you for trying to make the experience the most comfortable for travelers coming to your hotel and coming to your attraction. Because that really matters. And I think the amount of attention to detail that sounds like that's being made to the efforts of, I think truly talks about, the dedication and commitment to the Muslims that come to your hotel and attraction. So challenges, we talk about challenges, we've talked about, how the reception has been encouraging, and also ongoing marketing efforts are important in pushing the word out to the community as well as to travelers. Ever since you have gotten the accreditation, how has that helped shape your strategy and operations to better serve the travelers? Maybe I'll pose this question to Mark first.
Yeah, thank you. Well, receiving the Crescent Rating accreditation has been instrumental in refining our approach to hospitality for our Muslim guests. It was, for example, implementing new operating standards to ensure our staff are following the halal practices across all areas, be it service, food preparation, and ultimately the guest services. And then our guest experience, the accreditation process encouraged us to develop tailored services, such as offering prayer facilities, the halal meal options, which again significantly enhanced the overall guest experience. And finally, like Alex also said, it's continually listening to our guests and continuously getting the feedback, so we continually improve to look after our guests. So overall, the Crescent Rating has not only elevated our operational standards, but also reinforced our commitment to providing an exceptional experience for our Muslim guests here at Kowloon Shangri-La.
Thanks, Mark. Visitor experience, top priority, it sounds like. How does that relate to you, Alexander? Yeah. I'm sure same as well. How does visitor experience also contribute to the Mirror Hong Kong, Alexander?
Well, I think without question rating guideline, the Mirror Hong Kong, or I think all the other hotels would not be there where we are right now, and Hong Kong would not be there where we are right now. It was a very reasonable, easy process because you knew what you had to implement and how to get there. So now having the question rating makes it easy for us to promote to all different markets. I personally went to Saudi Arabia as well with the Hong Kong Tourism Board to promote our hotels and also promote Hong Kong. And having that question rating obviously helps tremendously because immediately you have the trust of the travel agent, the trust of the client. So I think it's very important to have. And moving forward, I think we all get more feedback from clients. We will adjust. We will further improve. Maybe there's different level of seriousness, for example. So we will make sure that we can serve all halal Muslim requirements in the future. But I think the trust we have built now for travel agents, for tourism boards worldwide to come to Hong Kong and to stay in our hotels.
Yeah, indeed. I think there are more than 50 establishments all around Hong Kong within the 18 months that have gotten Crescent rating, and that really symbolizes welcoming travelers, Muslim travelers to Hong Kong, that you're ready and you're prepared. So Johnny, from a attraction point of view, how has getting the Crescent rating accreditation shaped your strategy and operations from before until today?
I think it's very very important to have being accredited, and also the impact is very instant. When we joined Hong TV as well as Hong Kong government's the trade show in Middle East as well as in other countries, we immediately see that the travel agents or OTA, they are instantly go down to the details on how to create products instead of just still try to understand whether our attraction is okay for them to sell or to try to build up some products. So I think the impact is very instant. And also we see real strong growth in the last 2 months in I would say the West Asia as well, Middle East. We have almost like double-digit growth on the visitors coming from India, Pakistan, and also the Middle East. So we really treasure this market because it's up and coming, and also the potential is really high. So we are working more projects on trying to make sure our experience will be able to meet that needs.
Yeah, I think that's very fascinating. I think hearing from all of you, really see these efforts contributing to Hong Kong's overall tourism resilience. So looking beyond and looking at what's next, of course we've talked about how ongoing training is important, and it's important to continue the efforts and not just stop here. So how has becoming more Muslim friendly contributed to your broader visitor engagement or business outcomes? How has it affected your marketing campaigns and social media efforts? Maybe Mark, would you like to go first?
Yeah, as both gentlemen said, achieving the Crescent rating has been a valuable achievement for the hotel. You know, we do stand on our pride that we were first in Hong Kong to receive the 5 Crescent rating, you know, and it's intertwined with Hong Kong's reputation to be a Muslim-friendly city, working very closely with the Hong Kong Tourism Board, and the government are doing great things to drive more business into Hong Kong, you know. But the sales forecasts do vary, you know, it's still early days, but we are steadily seeing an increase in the percentage of Muslim guests staying in our hotel. And ultimately, our goal, sorry to say, Alex, is for Kowloon Shangri-La to get a significant share of this growing market, you know, and it demonstrates our commitment, you know, myself and the general manager and all the team, you know, we're trying to demonstrate our commitment to meeting the needs of the Muslim travelers and, you know, ensuring exceptional experiences for all guests, not just the Muslim guests, you know. So it is key for us in, you know, as we continue to do this journey.
Healthy competition is good, right?
Yeah.
I think it spurs each other
I mean,
on. I think
if
look at
my
where
hotel is full, they will come over, so no problem with that. We are close by.
and that's good news for Hong Kong. If
Yeah.
all hotels are full, and you have many to choose from that are Crescent rated 5, you know, that can equip the halal services.
And it's continuing to grow as well.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, hearing from Mark Alexander, like, how do some of these, you know, insights, I'm sure would relate to you also from a hotel point of view.
Well, the accelerator for us was definitely that iftar banquet dinner. Shortly after, we have received or we have picked up other banquet events from other consulates, etc. So we had 2 additional iftar events for, again, also around 150 to 200 people from other consulates. And we're also receiving, just a couple of days ago, we received the first wedding lead for halal from the local market, so which is also very encouraging. So I would say our unique selling point really is the banquet operation now. And second one is our Chinese restaurant. As you mentioned, you like to taste you know, Chinese cuisine, Chinese halal cuisine. Luckily, our halal kitchen is located in the Chinese restaurant area, so we have that privilege to cook Chinese food within the Chinese restaurant, and we have, again, with a lot of support from the consul generals and their teams, we have received quite a few delegations who came for dinner or came for lunch and wanted to taste the halal Chinese food. So we do the dim sum. We also do the Beijing duck, which is quite special. So we will focus to further improve the products, extend the products as well, change the product from time to time to make sure we are leading that banquet and Chinese restaurant market. Make this to our advantage.
Very cool. I think thanks, Internet. Thanks, Mark. I think it's interesting to hear how hotels have adapted and continue to serve unique offerings to travelers. I think I've also come across recently on Kowloon Shangri-La's Instagram that you guys have halal rice dumplings.
Yes.
So very interesting. Like it's really hard here also in Singapore to find something like that actually.
New initiative this year.
Very cool. So very interesting insights from a hotel's perspective. So maybe Johnny, do any of these any shared learnings that you can observe between the 2 sectors?
I think we will keep doing what we are doing, but we are putting more effort on being cultural sensitive. After all, theme park is an environment that you hold many people at the same time. there will be not just, I would say, we are not doing a good job if we just provide infrastructures and being Muslim friendly, but we also need to create a environment which other guests also respect the Muslim guests. And we did have a lot of occasions in the past with different people from different countries because of their cultural behavioral differences, and always there will be dispute or conflict. So I think on product wise or on for example, we are of course we're doing more halal restaurants as well as try to like Alex injecting some of the local favorites as well as food choices, but make it in a halal way. However, we based on our, for example, animal exhibits, animal encounter programs, those are, I would say, they are universal. So there's not much needs to be changed, but the process, the journeys, and also when they are visiting in the exhibits with other guests. So I think it's more important for us to remind ourselves to make sure the entire hall will be multicultural, diversified, and also showing respect. So we are still working on that because when we are opening up the world map, there's so many different countries as well, so many different languages. At the moment, we are working on the projects on doing translations on all of our narrations on the animals. So we are not picking how many languages we will be doing translation. So this is already very complicated issue, but make sure, of course, Middle East, Indians, they are Muslim, they are Malaysia, they have Muslim background. However, they speak different languages. So that's give us another challenges or interesting project coming to make sure we can also create that diversified, respected environment.
Thanks, Johnny. Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point when we talk about Muslim travelers, right? Muslim travelers are not homogenous, just like, travelers from other markets, right? They're not all the same. Preferences are different. Culturally, also different, look different, dress different. So, within that bigger market, you also have to look at the different nuances of, what is acceptable, what's not acceptable, and not just this market, of course, being inclusive to all, and making sure that everyone feels welcome in your hotel and attractions. Um, so I think very interesting insights. We are nearing the end of our session. So I would just like to ask a rapid fire question to each one of you. If you could sum up what it takes to become a Muslim friendly destination or a hotel, an attraction, in just one word, what would it be? Um, anyone would like to go first? Maybe Johnny?
Wow, this is a hard one. One word, I think, is care.
One or two words, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's care. It's all about caring.
Care.
Yes, caring our sub members as well. It's all about care. If you care, then I think.
Very nice. How about you, Alexander?
I think it's our responsibility to be inclusive and respect all cultures. So I would say responsibility.
Responsibility. How about you, Mark?
Yes, inclusive is definitely a key word, but it is service from the heart. Guests, they're coming to explore a great city. They want to feel safe and at home and have, the surroundings around them. So it's safe would be key for us, and service from the heart.
Great. I think hearing from your insights, thank you for sharing the behind the scenes challenges, but also successes. I think we can all see the efforts that you're putting in the different sectors to contribute to Hong Kong's tourism resilience. I would just like to thank you to our speakers for sharing insightful perspectives and for being at the forefront of Hong Kong's Muslim-friendly transformation. We hope this is not the end and that we continue to serve the market. I'm sure our audience found this discussion inspiring and as enlightening as I did. Thank you so much for joining this session at the Halal In Travel Global Summit. To everyone who's tuning in now, please check out all the other interesting sessions that we have over the next 2 days. Thank you and Assalamualaikum.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining the 2025 Halal in Travel Global Summit hosted by Crescent Rating. My name is Gary Bowerman. I'm a Kuala Lumpur-based travel markets analyst and strategy advisor and founding partner of a company called High Yield Tourism. I'm also co-host of the Southeast Asia Travel Show weekly podcast. Our panel today is titled Unlocking High Yield Tourism Opportunities, the Muslim Traveler as a Premium Market Segment, a fascinating topic. Over the next 60 minutes, we'll explore how the Muslim travel market is embracing high yield tourism, characterized by travelers who spend time and money to research, book, and enjoy immersive, faith-aligned, and curiosity-driven experiences. So how can the global travel industry reframe perceptions, design tailored experiences and services upgrades, and develop marketing engagements that resonate with premium Muslim travelers? Joining me in this quest today is a stellar panel lineup. I'm delighted to be joined, first of all, by Marta Fernandez, Director of Tour España, the Spain Tourism Board. Hi, Marta, how are you doing?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me.
And where are you today, Marta?
I'm living in Singapore. I'm based here, and we are in charge of 9 markets, most of them in Southeast Asia.
Okay. So that's Marta. Thanks very much for joining us. We also have with us Sadiq Dindar, who's the Global Sales and Marketing Director at the Tingana Collection. I can see a flag in the background. I kind of think I know where you are. Where are you today, Sadiq?
Good day, Gary. Thank you very much. And it's an absolute honor to be on this panel. And I am in beautiful, sunny South Africa. It's an absolute lovely day here in South Africa and a great honor to be on this panel and looking forward to this discussion with my esteemed panelists as well.
Look forward to it. So the Tingana Collection is a collection of luxury lodges and wildlife experiences. Is that correct? In South Africa?
Correct. We have 3 5-star premium properties based out in the Kruger National Park in the Mpumalanga province of South Africa, where we offer high-end experiences for our guests who come out to South Africa for safari experiences, but we also have a global travel division, which we then add on for tours and safaris and all other experiences within South Africa. So the Tingana Global Travel takes care of that. In the Tingana Collection, we have the 3 lodges, the high-end premium lodges based in South Africa.
Okay, it's great to have you with us. And also we have with us Abdullah Basalama, who is the Area General Manager and Vice President for Rooms for Far East Asia Hospitality, which is one of Asia's most storied, I would say, hotel and service residence companies. How are you doing today, Abdullah? Where are you? And tell us a little bit more about your company.
Hi, good afternoon, Gary. I'm here based in Singapore. So Far East Hospitality, we are a regional hotel player, largely based and concentrated here in Singapore. We have a regional presence here in Japan and in Malaysia as well. We got one hotel in Kuala Lumpur as well, where you are.
Okay. And I know some of your brands, but not all of them. You have a big portfolio of brands, right?
Yes, we do. It ranges from the Rendezvous, the Oasia brand, to the Barracks, and lastly as well to the ones that I manage with the Village Hotels.
Right. Okay. So I know some of those. So Marta, Sadiq, and Abdullah are going to join me in trying to discuss and break down the premium Muslim travel segment. I just want to start with a quick question for all of you. When you're invited to join this panel and talk about high yield tourism and the Muslim traveler, what were your first thoughts? Marta?
For us, it's a priority segment. So we are focusing a lot of our efforts in promoting Spain as a tourism destination for Muslim travelers. So I think it's a very important part of our business here in Southeast Asia, and also for other colleagues that work for Middle East and also in Europe, because there is a huge community of Muslims living in Europe, and second, third generation of Muslims. Spain, because of their heritage, is a very attractive destination for them.
Great starting point, Marta. Sadiq, what were your first thoughts?
It's interesting because my background prior to joining Tingana Global Travel was being with South African Tourism, the National Tourism Board, and I was responsible for the markets of the Middle East, Southeast Asia, the Nordics markets. And over the years, in particular to South Africa, we've seen an increase in the demand for from the Muslim traveler, from all different types of segment of the Muslim traveler. And what for me was very exciting and interesting is that the current products that I represent, we cater for the high-end Muslim traveler, with our lodges being fully halal, and we cater for all different types of segment of travelers, including the Muslim traveler. And it's good to see and also understand how Muslim travelers are beginning to integrate within the wider, broader community when they do their tourism experiences and when they look to choose destinations. So for me, it was quite an exciting topic and also a great opportunity to share some of my insights and knowledge with being with South African Tourism previously and currently how we're seeing the evolving of the Muslim traveler when they do travel and choose destinations to travel.
Yeah, great point, Sadiq. I love it when we start talking about segmentation, such an important part of the whole global travel industry, but particularly when we talk about the Muslim travel sector. Abdullah, when you were first invited to join the panel, what were your initial thoughts?
To me, it was an opportunity for the wider community as well to understand the opportunity for the Muslim travelers as well, to move from just compliance to connection and to move it from potentially from a niche market to a wider mainstream premium platform. I think the larger community, I think still a lot to learn about what Muslim travel's needs are. I think it's something, I think the opportunity where we feel, I think for the wider audience to understand and learn what the Muslim traveler needs are as well, and the premium that comes along with it.
Absolutely agree. So the interesting part of this discussion that we're going to have is that we're bringing together Spain, we're bringing together Europe, we're bringing South Africa and Africa, we're bringing together Asia, three very, very dynamic and very, very different travel markets. And so there's so much that we can discuss over the next 45, 50 minutes or so. The first question, I'm going to start with you, Sadiq, because you kind of referred to this in your answer. But the first question really is about how do we define the high-yield Muslim travel? You talked a little bit about segmentation. You also talked about catering to that premium segment that we've started to see not just evolve, but to change quite considerably since the pandemic. So how would you define the high-yield Muslim traveler in 2025?
Thank you so much, Gary. So I think in terms of the high-yield Muslim traveler, I think often what happens is when most call it tourism boards or products look to attract the Muslim traveler, they often think that it's difficult to be able to cater to the needs of the Muslim traveler. Muslim travelers are very dynamic in their own, and they do their own research prior to choosing a destination or even choosing a product. And in particular with us, I think we're seeing it, we have high-end 5-star product. When the Muslim traveler chooses to come to us, I think there's a few things that they look for, which is quite critical. One is obviously from a faith-based point of view, are their needs being taken care of? Is there any, in terms of the product offering, it's critical that we understand what the needs of the traveler is. And I think once you understand and unpack that sometimes decisions are not just based on the fact that you can give me halal food, it's about the entire experience that the traveler will be able to experience when they're out making the trip. So for us, I use the example particularly for us, is that we offer safari game drives, we offer experiences of going in and immersing yourself in the destination. Often, obviously, the discussions are around the food and whatever other elements, but the Muslim traveler is prepared to pay the premium price when you give them the value add and you make them understand that you are taking care of their needs. I think, back in the day, and I look at myself as well, when I used to travel, often when you're asking for certain requirements is based on your faith, it's always like, somewhere, if you're sitting in a restaurant, you've got to be sitting in a far corner because someone's going to be bringing catering for you from the outside. It can't be taken care of on the inside. Today, Muslim travelers want to immerse themselves within the broader community. And I think Abdullah made that point earlier. You know, the new segment of travelers that are traveling, they don't want to be seen, you know, they don't want to look like they're imposing on where they're traveling, on the product that is giving them the offering. What they want to actually see is, are you able to offer me what I'm looking for? But then I'm integrated with the wider community that's actually, you know, traveling to that product and experiencing their product. What they ultimately want is they want to ensure that they share the same space with different types of segments of travelers, different faiths, but don't want to look like they're standing out and creating an issue, call it some kind of, you know, where they're going to be looked upon, oh, you know, you have to do this, or we got to do this for you because you're Muslim. You know, just make it and make it understandable for us. It's, you know, you are there, we know what your needs are, we've done the research, we've done, you know, with all our staff understand what the needs of the traveler is. And with that, you know, the premium traveler, the premium Muslim traveler is prepared to pay the premium price because he's getting the additional value adds and he's ensuring that he's actually part of the wider segment of travelers that he's traveling with, and he's immersed in within the travel community.
There are some great conceptual points in there, a lot to unpack. I'll come to you next, Marta. So we've heard from the perspective of lodge and wildlife and safari in South Africa. What about Spain? How does Spain look at the premium Muslim sector? And has that changed over recent years?
Yeah, so in Spain, I totally agree with Sadiq. In Spain, we have seen total evolution this last decade. So we have seen Muslims that are choosing southern Spain, not only because of the heritage, but now they are looking more for what is authentic in this region. So they are looking for luxury tours that combine history, gastronomy, and also some wellness retreats. At the same time, if you look at other kind of Muslim travelers, for example, the millennials or the Gen Z, they are sometimes looking for Instagram-worthy halal travel, but both of them combine the modern, ethical, and eco-conscious offerings. So they are, in that sense, I think that it's a special segment that we are focusing on because of they are looking for experience that reflect not only the beauty of the country, but also that they seem closer to their identity, values, and aspirations.
Also, some more great points there. Abdullah, I'll come to you. There's a slightly different context with your company, given the region that you operate in, particularly in some of the markets that you have and the travel flows that you have through Southeast Asia. But from a hospitality perspective, how do you look at the high yield Muslim traveler, and has that changed in recent years?
I think, yes, I think I echo to what Marta and Sadiq has said as well. I think the change has been seen as well, notably. I think previously it's been like a niche, not really being thought of. It was just a checklist at some hotels, some environments just to do, but I think time has changed. People become more aware. People understand the different cultural needs. And as well, I think not every Muslim traveler is the same. So I think it's important as well. The training of the individuals, the hotel staff as well has changed as well. So hotel staff have become more aware and to the needs of the different travelers as well. I think that's what I've seen as well across the hotel hospitality industry as well.
Yeah, just follow up on one of the points you said there. You said that it's moved from essentially what was a checklist kind of approach to Muslim travel. Yes. And now there's a greater recognition of the different segmentation, the different markets, all of the different experiences that are required. What kind of pushed, what made that change happen? And over what period of time have you noticed it?
I think what is seen, I think the biggest push is realizing that the Muslim travelers are traveling more and more. I think definitely, I think what Marta said as well earlier, with the help of maybe example influencers from different regions, not just typically or certain backgrounds as well. We expect of how a Muslim influencer is supposed to be. I think that's helped to build the image of how you could find experiences and travels experiences in the different regions as well. I think that's why I've seen the shift as well, and that has cascaded down into how hotel operates. For example, I used to work in Langkawi as well in Malaysia, previously, which is a basic need of what a hotel is supposed to do to cater to a Muslim traveler. I think by default, because Malaysia it's a Muslim country, so easier. But more recently, I came back as well after 10 years. I've never been there. more sensitivity as well to protect the modesty. So private villas have been built, more and more private villas been built to cater to the needs of the Muslim travelers as well, who's willing to pay a premium to come and enjoy a stay in a resort such as Langkawi as well, in Langkawi.
Yeah, Abdullah's pushed the conversation on a little bit there. We've moved sort of a little bit into the demand side. Now, we're all from the travel industry. We talk from the supply side perspective. And when we're at conferences, we hear the supply side perspective most often. Sadiq, I'll come to you next, because Abdullah there mentioned that a lot of the change has come from customer perceptions, customer demands, customer aspirations. Has that helped to change how you develop your services, how you develop your approach to the premium Muslim market?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that question, Gary. So I think from our side, services and experiences are very important. And what we have done in particular is, and I'll share an interesting story. So even from a gastronomical point of view, I think we ensure that we offer, the high premium 5-star dining experience to our Muslim traveler, and they immersed within other segment of travelers, the non-Muslim traveler that's traveling and sharing the same space with them at the restaurant, at the lodge. And interestingly enough, with that experience and showcasing some of the food that was done in a halal perspective, done and curated with our chefs, and you see that even when I was at South African Tourism, we offered that experience to the guest, and then that creates and sparks a conversation with the non-Muslim traveler who then has an opportunity to engage with the Muslim traveler. And I think, getting to your point in on that question, Gary, I think that's what most of the Muslim travelers of today are looking for, is that when we travel, have us immersed with the rest of the people we're sharing the space with. We don't want to be seen as looked upon different, or we don't want to be saying, sorry, you're going to take the next bus because, you have certain requirements for that experience. For example, when we do a bungee jumping, for a lady who wants to fulfill the rights of her faith-based obligations, we ensure that we cater and our guest experience is taken care of. If she needs to have a haircut, when she covers her hair and she's doing an experience, or she's doing a quad biking or some kind of experience, they are with the rest of the people who are doing the same, but they're ensuring that their needs are taken care of. So I think from a service and an experience point of view, it's not about going and, also for the rest of the product owners out there who are wanting to take care and ensure that they attract the Muslim traveler, you don't need to go out and reinvent the wheel. What you need to do is ensure that your current experiences and services actually take care of the needs of the Muslim traveler, but ensure that they are immersed with the rest of the travelers. And this creates a very good tourism experience, because ultimately, isn't that what tourism is all about? That we all share a different space, we come from different cultures and different backgrounds, and we start engaging with each other. I'm from South Africa, you from Southeast Asia. What brought you to South Africa? Why you have this? How do the Muslims do experience travel in different parts of the country, in the places that you've traveled? So I think from my perspective, I think it's, just to recap, it's ensuring that we keep the experiences very much an immersive experience, and ensure that the needs of the Muslim traveler are taken care of. But also we create an experience, and a harmonious experience, starting with gastronomy and other experiences, where they can actually engage with the wider community that they're sharing the space with. So that also creates an interesting experience for the Muslim traveler, and that's what brings them back to both the destination of South Africa and to our lodges as well.
Yeah, some terrific points there, Sadiq. I like that answer. Marta, I'm going to bring the conversation to you again. Sadiq has pushed it on into a new realm. And I like the point where he was talking about integration and bringing people together. It's not just about how premium Muslim travelers want to travel. It's premium travelers and Muslim travelers being involved in that aspect. Now, Spain's history, particularly in the south, means that you have a lot of destinations, a lot of locations and attractions that have resonance with Muslim travelers, but they attract people from around the world, from all backgrounds, who go to those places. What have you learned since the pandemic about how those destinations are perceived and how they are being approached by Muslim travelers now? Has it changed?
Yes, since the pandemic, we are seeing an increase of Muslim travelers to Spain. And the thing is that the Spanish tourism sector is now starting to build some, as Sadiq said, some experiences and services for these travelers. So before, the sector was not prepared for them. And now we are seeing some developments in some, for example, like Malaga and Sevilla. We are seeing how 5-star hotels are now offering services like private villas with gender-separate pool access or minibars free from alcohol, etc. That before they had never think about that. So now they are realizing that this is important for Muslim travelers. And another example, for example, related to the heritage is the rise of cultural heritage tours, particularly those that are centered on the legacy of Al-Andalus. Affluent Muslim travelers are now increasingly drawn to Spain because of our Islamic unique history. And they are not just looking for textbooks explanation, but they are looking for more immersive experiences, as Sadiq said. So they are looking for guide tours of the Alhambra or access to university-led historical lectures, tailored art experiences, and even culinary journeys with traditional Andalusian dishes in a halal context. So we are also seeing some platforms for Muslim travelers that are offering concierge-style apps so that the Muslim travelers can organize their trip in advance and book even the premium experiences that they want to enjoy during their stay in Spain. So yes, we have seen a lot of improvement in the last years.
A lot of improvement, a lot of change, continues to evolve, I guess. Abdul, I want to come back to you. This is slightly off topic, but it's something that you referred to earlier, and you referred to social media. And when we think of social media in the broader spectrum, we tend to think of social media and travel as a mass scale, as a mass usage tool, really. But when we look at segmentation and how it's used in the Muslim world, are there any do's and don'ts in terms of how you use social media to promote your hotels and your experiences that you wouldn't otherwise have done maybe before the pandemic?
I think it's important to just building on what I think the points that Sadiq and Martha shared as well. It's largely centered on education. I think how the influencer, we want to get influencer to come in, and how the influencer narrates the whole narrative. It's about educating the larger audience as well. It's just beyond, I think, the cultural backdrop is just beyond the mosque and beyond the hijab. There's more things that is of interest of the Muslim traveler as well. I think that's how that kind of influences that we should find and collaborate with, for example, to teach you what is, example, restaurants that's not typically halal. Maybe I just use Singapore as a reference point. Some restaurants people may perceive is not a halal, typically not a halal restaurant, but this influencer that we've been brought in is able to go and, or anybody who brings an influencer in goes and target a restaurant that's not typically halal, like Italian cuisine or a Japanese cuisine or even a Taiwanese cuisine, most recently in Singapore as well, has become halal. So that creates an avenue of education to the larger audience to say, hey, there's something more here to be appreciated by the Muslim audience and beyond.
Yeah, that's interesting. Sadiq, I want to bring this question to you because you have a very defined portfolio of products, lodges and experiences. What role does social media play in the promotion of what you do?
Absolutely, very critical, Gary. I think a lot of, especially around experiences, is a lot of our guests that we actually engage with or come and experience our product and the offerings we do have. They've often, when you engage with them and you chat to them, it's through some social media interaction that they've had, or they've seen something via social media. And for us as a team, we often have this discussion because you've got to understand what the different needs and segments. Often social media, sometimes influencers or posts that come out, they are very generic. And when you kind of put a message out, it's about we take care, or we can cater for the Muslim needs. And I think culture plays an important role. So we kind of, understand the different needs of Muslim travelers and even travelers in general coming from different parts of the world. There are cultural sensitivities that you need to be aware of. Some make a decision based on food. Some make a decision based on gastronomy. Some may make a decision on, what are you doing from a sustainability point of view. What are you giving back to community? And one of the things I've noticed, especially from the high-yield Muslim traveler that comes often to South Africa and experience our lodges, they want to give back to the community because they feel they've had this privilege of being able to come in and experience the destination that they're traveling to, and want to give back to the community. So sometimes it's about giving back to a school, in the area where we have our lodges. We have underprivileged schools, we have communities that we take care of, and we give our Muslim travelers the immersive experience of going and saying, here's an opportunity for you to give back to the community. And this is what the different cultures, so if I look at it, often travelers from the Middle East often want to give back to the communities and often want to leave some kind of legacy. Travelers from other parts of the world sometimes want to understand, as Marta mentioned, they want to understand the history of the Muslims in the destination they're traveling to. So for us, from a social media perspective, we often brainstorm, and our messaging is not generic. Our messaging is always catered to ensure that we have different messages to ensure that it encapsulates the need of the Muslim traveler. But I think I made the point a few times, but I think it always leans back to the fact that from a lot of experience, and I've engaged with our Muslim travelers, is show us immersive experiences where we are part of the wider community. Given the way things are and the way the media portrays the Muslims around the world, often Muslim travelers want to say that we want to be part of the wider community. And from a social media perspective, they want to share that experience. For example, they could be with Gary overlooking, sitting at our lodges and overlooking some of the wildlife, and having a conversation. And that's what they would like to share on social media. It's not just about sharing their experiences to their own communities, but sharing the experiences that I've basically been able to share with a wider community that really is not part of my cultural background, but resonates with what I'm doing and appreciates the fact that I'm also being able to enjoy the experiences that they are experiencing.
Yes, I think that's a really good point. Marta, I'm going to come to you because that really references the new world of social media. Really, it's not just about using social media from the perspective of a destination or a hotel or a supplier. User-generated content now is so important, isn't it? It's creating those prompts that help your visitors to create their own content that appeals to their peers, to their friends, to their relatives. Is that something that you take into account when you're developing your social media strategy?
Yes, from the Spain Tourism Board perspective, we are working a lot with social media. So we have started to segment the segment, let's say, and to identify the subgroups that we have in Muslim travelers. So we are identifying the more luxury travelers, for example, the Southeast Asian honeymooners or the second generation European Muslims, as I said before, and we are identifying their different preferences, values, so what they think it's important while traveling. And according to that, we are helping the regions because Muslim heritage in the case of Spain is not only in the south, it's not only in Andalusia, but it's almost all the peninsula that has a Muslim heritage. So we are helping the regions to build to explain their history, to create some storytelling for the Muslim travelers. So not just promoting services, but also telling why Muslim travelers maybe feel at home when traveling to Spain.
And Abdul, I wanted to move the conversation next to food. We've talked about food a little bit at the beginning. And as a hotel and service department brand, food and cuisine is very, very important to how you view all of your customers, not just Muslim travelers. What are you noticing in terms of the high yield travelers generally, that food perceptions, expectations, demands are changing? We live in a world where we're all foodies now. We know much more about cuisines from neighboring countries and the destinations that we want to visit. Does that really impact about how you think short-term and longer-term about your offerings to your customers?
I think yes, Gary. I think it creates a very big impact as well. I think previously, very commonly, for Muslim travelers, the food has always been mass-produced, buffets. It's quite very common as well. I think times have changed. People are looking for more exclusivity, inclusive dining experience as well. So, for example, honeymooners or different millennials, Gen Zs, they're all looking for different experiences as well. So I think it's very important as well. For example, from the hotel, from the chefs to the concierges to the different departments as well, to create a level of curation is very required as well. So I think that's why I've seen as well some change as well. I think not particularly in certain brands as well I've seen as well. I think that kind of level of awareness to create that kind of experiential offerings is very key as well. So the dining experiences, spa experiences as well. I think there's some change as well in there to create a dedicated space to maintain the modesty for the Muslim travelers as well, the female travelers as well. I've seen some changes as well being adopted to cater to such needs as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. Sadiq, I'll bring that to you because Abdullah made a really good point there. It's not really about food anymore. It's about dining experiences, about how you understand the culture, the history, and the heritage around the ingredients that are on your plate, around the inspirations of the chef, around the ingredients that are nurtured or developed in the local communities. Tell us a little bit more about how food is changing it from your perspective in attracting premium travelers.
In South Africa, we're very blessed. We have different cultural backgrounds in terms of the food offerings. But for us, absolutely, I think the first key element that we often get asked, and if I look back, I've been in the industry for many, many years, and when we used to cater for the Muslim traveler previously, it was also always this outside catering option where, the Muslim traveler was coming in as a guest. I think everyone at the lodges and the hotels would get very nervous because it's how do we take care and where is the kitchen ready? Let's just call somebody and call someone that makes it from home and have it wrapped and brought in. I think the experience is completely different now. I think firstly and foremost, credit should go to CrescentRating for the great work that they do in terms of educating globally. And the message that they put out that it's not difficult to be able to cater for the Muslim traveler, ensuring that the kitchens can suffice and make sure that the needs of the Muslim traveler are taken care of. What we've seen in particular in South Africa, and I think, it goes also to our cultural background. We're a very, like, of course, the rest of the world, but I think we're fortunate in the sense that we have different communities. We have, in particular, a lot of the kitchens and a lot of the hotels have basically just made themselves completely halal in the sense that they've now been able to offer the halal offering to the Muslim traveler by giving them the experience of knowing that, the kitchen is completely halal. But in cases where there isn't that experience, there are chefs that are being trained particularly to be able to give the Muslim traveler an experience. So they could be in a Michelin 5-star restaurant, but in an immersive experience with the rest of the patrons. They're given this opportunity to be able to have a 5-star experience and also engage with the chef. I think Abdullah mentioned it. I think the education and the knowledge of the staff that are providing the service, and I think that goes overall. I mean, we talk of the gastronomical experience, but I think we do that also from our side, is that, if you as the product owner or even as a tourism board, be able to educate the staff so that they know when the questions get asked, they can answer it with confidence, and they will then instill the confidence into the guest. For us, I think often what, from the gastronomical point of view and how food shapes the conversations. So at this point in time, we're creating a gastronomical tour of South Africa where you get to travel to different parts, different provinces, and each province has a unique offering. Some may have a little bit of an Indian flavor to it. Some has the Malay flavor, which is up in the Cape region. And then some is just authentic South African experience. Most people know it as a barbecue. We call it a braai here, which is just, meat over the fire. And we create this Boma experience. People sit around the fire, have a conversation, and we get the chefs to come out and engage and talk to the patrons so that they understand where the food comes from, what it took to ensure that their needs were taken care of. There was research done in terms of the type of traveler that they are, where they've come from, and the different countries that they've come from. So it also talks to their palate as well. So I think, we often say this, but food is always the best start of the conversation, but also the great opportunity to ensure that it leaves you with a lasting experience, and that's basically what we try and offer from our side.
Right. So food shapes conversations, Sadiq says. Marta, nowhere is that more true than in Spain. You have an incredible culinary traditions, but it's also a big country. You have different climates, different landscapes, also different culinary influences. How have you worked with different parts of the industry and different regions to ensure that what they're offering to premium travelers changes, is refreshed, and is culturally relevant?
So we are starting identifying the most important Muslim heritage sites in every region, and we are working on a tourism guide of all Spain. So at the beginning we start doing city by city or region by region, and now we have decided that it's time to help Muslim travelers to have all this information in a unique booklet, let's say a digital one, with all the options that they may need to know when traveling around Spain. So, for example, we are looking for the best restaurants that offer halal food in the main cities of Spain. We are also locating the Muslim communities in these cities, and the prey options that they have close to the hotels that offer also halal options. So we are identifying not only the cultural side, but also the services and the premium tours that they may appreciate for their stay in Spain.
Thanks, Marta. So Abdullah, before we move on, I'm going to bring this back to you, because Singapore, where you're based, also a culinary destination for sure, promotes itself as such, has great traditions in different kinds of foods and influences from around the region. How are you noticing generally that the elements of food have become more important in the promotion of tourism, but also the cultural relevance of tourism?
Yeah, I think, yeah, right, Gary. I think Singapore, you've seen, there's more flavors, there's changes of different kinds of cuisine as well. I think, for example, here, one of the places that I work as well here is next to Kampung Glam, which is the Malay Heritage Center as well, the center of Muslim culture as well. So not only has the mosque has become a center or the anchor point of drawing different people and from different cultures, from background, Muslims and non-Muslim alike. But that from that anchor point of the mosque, it creates a different conversation as well. So the different I've seen a much more interesting type of cuisines coming in. So Japanese restaurant and different kind of cuisines is coming in, Korean restaurant, Italian restaurant as well, Chinese restaurant. So that creates a kind of conversation as well. It creates like kind of avenues as well to bring different kind of opportunities as well to that environment as well.
Yeah, interesting. Thanks for that, Abdullah. So Sadiq, let's change tack slightly. One of the hottest topics, certainly one of the hottest conference topics in travel and tourism at the moment, is personalization, is tailoring, is customization, is making all the experiences and the offerings that you have very, very relevant to individual perceptions of what they want from their trip. What have you noticed in terms of the change in the requirements for personalization in recent years? Certainly social media has helped push this, I would say. Certainly e-commerce has given us this on-demand mentality where we expect to get what we want when we want it. You operate at a pretty high level of the industry. Where does personalization fit in what you do and how your customers perceive you?
That's quite an interesting question, Gary, and one that keeps me awake and my fellow directors awake at night a lot, because often, we have to have this conversation, and we have this conversation on a weekly basis when we get together, because I think every one of us wants to feel like we are the ones that are totally, we are the ones that are traveling and nobody else around us, but we also want to be immersed with the rest of the community. So you almost want to separate that when you arrive at the destination, you are the one that is being noticed, you are the one that's being taken care of. Yet, you might be going to tourism sites where there'll be hundreds of people that are going to be seeing the same thing that you've come to see, but you want to stand out differently. I think the key thing, Gary, often is when we do our marketing strategies and we go out and we market ourselves, we often go into the communities and into places where we need to understand, rather than sitting from the countries we're sitting in, is to go and immerse ourselves into the destinations we are in. So for example, I will go to the Middle East and I will find out what are the hottest trends What is it that they're looking for when they are at their own home experience? What is it that makes them comfortable in their own space? And try and curate that experience back home, bring it with the African culture or a different experience. So it's almost like they feel like, I've left home, I'm almost experiencing a little bit different to what I experience, what I've been seeing at home and what my needs are. Because as we know, sometimes some travelers prefer traveling in groups, some travel in individuals. And I think post-COVID, we notice people want a lot of their own space. We in South Africa are blessed. So what we do is a lot of our curated experiences about not ensuring that our guests are overwhelmed by doing too many things at the same time and, kind of overwhelmed with a lot of people around them. We give them the opportunities of having curated experiences where they sit and engage. And I think, we've developed a strategy, and I'd like to share it. It's connect, collaborate, and convert, where we connect with our travelers prior to them coming. We collaborate with synergies in products and experiences that they feel that they could collaborate with us on. And ultimately, that leads to the conversion of them coming to our destination to come into South Africa or come and experience our lodges. But I think the key thing is that the personalized experience, and often when people talk of personalized experience, and yes, I think that has come standard when you get to the hotel or you get to, welcome Mr. Gary, and that. But it's about saying, I believe you come from the Middle East, or I believe you come from Southeast Asia. I know that this food is quite common there. We've paired it with the South African experience type of food. We know that you like to get up a bit early in the morning. We've ensured that you'll have some kind of experience in the morning. Some travelers like to have a late afternoon, maybe a late afternoon nap. So we take care of those kind of things. We ensure that we curate our experiences, making sure that this is what their culture is back home, and bring it into an experience that they may have with us. But ensuring from a personalized point of view, I think two key things is, if we have enough time, when we do get the guest that books with us well in advance, we do understand, and our lodges and our GMs will have time to be able to understand the person themselves. However, if not, we understand the place and the country they're coming from, and understand how that culture gets immersed into the experience that we offer them. Because ultimately, you don't want to make them home away from home, but you want to ensure that what they comfortable with at home, that personalized experience comes in, and you understand their needs, you understand their culture. Sometimes, a simple thing like, for example, if you're talking of the Indian travelers that come, we talk to them about cricket, which a lot of them enjoy. Other parts of the world, they might talk to football if they're coming out of Europe. So, it's that kind of personalized experience, almost understanding that where they're coming from, to ensure that you can then bring that experience into what they're going to experience in South Africa, and also kind of make them understand that, by you traveling to the destination, you are seeing a different part of your own personalized experience that might take you back with something that you possibly will that you've now got into you from South Africa, and that's where the personalized element comes from. Sometimes it's just a simple thing about understanding the culture of the people, and taking that back with you and saying, I learned this from Destination South Africa, and that's that personalized experience that they will take back with them.
Right.
I know I've spoken quite a bit around it, Gary, but it's something that this question, when you posed it now, it kind of lit up in my eyes, and I thought this is something that we often think about. How do we continue making sure that personalized experience resonates with all the different type of travelers that we get from Europe, North America, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East? And it's something, I think that's what makes us all excited about our jobs, because we're continuously evolving and looking for that different experience to offer, and personalized and curated experiences for our different travelers that come and visit us in our respective regions.
That's such a fulsome response, Sadiq. I can tell that although it's keeping you awake at night, the personalization debate, you're using those waking hours very effectively. So thanks very much for that. Maria, let me bring that to you. A lot of what Sadiq said there is really, really pushing the personalization agenda back into the source markets, but also in the destination as well. Topics of conversation topics, food, those kind of things. Where is Spain at the moment in terms of personalization of experiences? Does it keep you awake too?
Yeah, so I think personalization and cultural sensitivity are cornerstones of luxury hospitality. And I think that they take on even greater importance in the case of Muslim travelers who are faith conscious and culturally aware. So in the case of Spain, for example, when we speak about personalization, we are thinking about high-end Muslims, travelers that are looking for a service that anticipates their needs. So it's not just reactive hospitality, but it's, for instance, in southern Spain, if a resort can offer a guest, if they prefer a villa with Qibla-facing rooms, or provide them with a custom halal tasting menu. It's about going beyond the generic and offering tailored experiences and knowledge, both individual preferences and cultural nuance. So in the case of Spain, for example, we have a lot of families traveling, so from different generations, and we have to offer them some pre-buy dining options and personal cultural tours that engage both the adults and the children of this family. And I think that this reflects the importance of and the understanding of these travelers. And I think this level of detail is what makes a service feel premium. And we are working on that in the case of Spain.
So, Abdullah, I'll come to you next. I can tell from Sadiq's and Marta's answers that this issue of personalization is not just hot, but it is a very, very structural issue, strategic and very tactical. I want to bring this to you for two reasons. One, you are a hotel company with lots of different brands. So personalization and tailoring has slightly different meanings to different customers, perhaps. Yes. You're also in a region where you have very, very discerning customers who know what they don't like as well as what they do like, and are not afraid to say that. So I guess it comes back to the same point I asked Sadiq. Does personalization keep you awake at night?
Oh, definitely, McGarry, because I think we must be able to know that because every customer has different needs and different wants that they want to be met. I think it's only oblivious or it becomes a pitfall if the hotel industry we just take it for granted. I think the AI is helping us a lot as well, to leveraging on AI as well to do some information. I think it goes back to earlier my point as well, educating as well the team members. Like not all Muslim travels are the same. Not only just from the GM level, but all the way down to the room attendants as well, to create that kind of awareness and understanding as well, to help to elevate the whole experience for the different guests coming in to the environment of the hotel.
Yeah, that's really true. And it's interesting that you say, because everybody comes with some challenges, of course, but going forward, the next phase will be really, really instructive about how destinations, about travel brands and consumers themselves perceive travel for the longer term. So bringing that, constellating that together, in 12 months' time, what do you think you'll be thinking about mostly in this region?
Well, I think what we definitely need, particularly this region as well, I think I'll center on the conversation on the amenities. I think we spoke earlier as well about education and the awareness, the team members from the hotel. Even if I may say so as well, the tourism board as well could create a kind of awareness and education to the hotel environment. But I think I would say amenities. I think the amenities that we have to cater for the Muslim travelers has to be hopefully improved in the years to come, to cater to the needs of the Muslim traveler as well. Some basic amenities, sometimes it can be seen that it's not there as well. And so Muslim travel find hard as well to find certain amenities. So sometimes the education is just say, as long as we provide halal food is good enough. But the thing has to go beyond it as well. So maybe there's create a bigger awareness as well, especially in this region as well, to improve the amenities to cater to the Muslim travelers as well. Because the benefit is not just for the Muslim traveler as well. The benefit goes beyond that as well. So perhaps in the years to come as well, or in the next 12 months, the improvements of the amenities provided as well.
Yeah, that's interesting. So the amenities that customers want and expect continue to change, I guess. So in a year's time, for example, what role will technology play?
Yeah, I think because we are leveraging a lot of AI and perhaps maybe look at CAPEX model as well. do we put into consideration certain needs of certain travelers as well? So I think that's where I think we should put in emphasis as well, leveraging on AI, do more data insights and research. Perhaps this particular thing that we are doing for certain renovations, the spatial planning of the hotel, we should cater to what is the travelers of the future is going to look like. So perhaps that we can amalgamate all these things together, and then that's how we craft and change the way we do our renovations, perhaps the way that we do integrate certain back of the house or the front of the house operations with certain AI models or certain CapEx development. I think there's an opportunity for us to really explore that as well.
Yeah, that's interesting. Very briefly, Sadiq, because we only have a couple of minutes left, what does AI play in terms of how you're approaching the future of tourism?
I think absolutely AI is going to drive a lot of decision making, but I think as we know, AI will be able to give information as what we provide in terms of what people are researching, what people are looking for. So ultimately, I think if we create the product and the experiences, sometimes I think it's good to use AI as a tool, but not ultimately to make the decision based on that, because you will also want to ensure from a tourism perspective that you do not forget the personalized experiences. And I think as people search and look for different things, AI will help us to understand what they're looking for. But I think the true thing for all of us in this industry is to remain true to our own authenticity. For each one of us in the unique different parts of the world that have the different products, let's ensure that we keep the authenticity, so that ultimately is what the traveler appreciates when they do go out there. But AI will ultimately help us in curating and crafting the needs of the traveler moving forward, and also understanding how travel is evolving.
Yeah, two key points there, Marta. AI and authenticity. What role is AI playing in how you approach the future?
I think that AI will help us to better promote our destination, but we cannot rely only on that. I think that we will always need the human part of it, as it will help us to have the emotional connection with the travelers. And I think that technology can never replace the human and the heart that the travel industry puts into this business.
Interesting. So just one word answer before we go. We've got less than a minute. When we look at the high yield tourism market going forward in terms of Muslim travel for the next year, Sadiq, do you see more opportunities, more challenges, or do you say it's 50-50?
Absolutely. I think there are more opportunities. Curate the experiences and don't look at the Muslim traveler only giving you, I think high yield meaning give them the authentic experience and the more immersive experience, and the rest of it will follow. But I think there's huge opportunity, and I think this was a great topic that we've unpacked. I've taken some notes from my fellow panelists. Gary, thank you so much for the moderation as well. But I think it definitely there's huge opportunity for us moving forward.
Thanks, Sadiq. Abdullah, more opportunities, more challenges, or are you going to be kept awake by both the opportunities and the challenges?
Yes, okay. Definitely a bit of both. Definitely, I think opportunities and the challenges are facing us as well. But I think more so the opportunities for us to really delve and capitalize on the opportunities given to us. I think if I could say add on as well to the point earlier as well, I think the opportunity for us to even improve and expand our supply chain demand as well. I think having the premium high yield Muslim travel as well creates an opportunity to enhance our supply chain demand as well, create a larger ecosystem as well for the restaurants and hotel environment at large. So I think there's an opportunity for us there as well to improve.
Terrific. And Marta, what would you say? More opportunities, more challenges, or are you going to sit on the fence and say both?
I think that building capacity to serve premium Muslim travelers, it's a future-proof model for inclusivity, ethical and economically robust tourism. So definitely it's an opportunity.
Terrific. So Sadiq, Abdullah, Marta, thank you so much. And thanks everybody who watched our panel here, Unlocking High Yield Opportunities, the Muslim traveler as a premium market segment. I think, honestly, we can have this discussion in a year's time. I think it will be slightly different. I look forward to that. I hope we can all join next year. So thanks again for joining our panel session at the Halal in Travel Global Summit 2025. Please check out all the other interesting sessions that we have also at CrescentRating.com. And if you have any questions, please send us to them via the website or via email, and one of us will get back to you soon. I'm Gary Bauman. Thank you so much to my panelists for such a fascinating chat, and look forward to seeing you soon.
And that leads us to the end of the first day of the Halal In Travel Global Summit. I would like to thank all our esteemed speakers and engaged participants. Today has been a remarkable start, and thank you all for your time and engagement. Tomorrow will be another exciting day, and we'll be starting off on how to future-proof halal travel tourism in an effort to protect travel experiences and how to continue these efforts to preserve and cultivate the halal tourism sector. As we continue this journey, let's keep the momentum going and stay engaged. Tomorrow promises more insights from the halal travel sector and how to navigate all the rapid changes and advancements. Thank you all once again for your kind participation.